Welcome, everybody. I'm going to be looking at two different cameras. Welcome to the 2020 version of the Nevada County Camera Club annual workshop. We've had a trying year, and now we're going to try this by Zoom and see how it all goes. We have 9 presenters actually, with a lot of great material to share with you. So we hope it's as smooth as possible getting from room 1 to room 2 and back again, and enjoy.
I think that was a handoff to me, right?
Yes. Oh, Mark. Mark's up in room 1, and I'm going to move over to room 2.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So let's see. Hello, everyone. So I've got Jeff.
Hi, Ann.
Sandra, Ingrid, and Shelby. Let's see. I've got somebody with some noise echoing. So Ingrid,
Mark, I just muted Douglas, and I'll sit here and mute people if we get a lot of extraneous noise. Okay.
Okay, great. So let's see. Ray, Jeff, Sandra, and Ingrid, you guys are all here for the focus workshop?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Ingrid, you're here too? You're muted. So, okay, good. Well, this will be good. It's a nice small group. So what I'm going to do is leave your mics open. So if you could keep any extraneous background noise down, that would be much appreciated. Oh, Shelby's asking, okay, I see. But otherwise, we're going to give this a try on Zoom. And so really appreciate your patience with us today. It would be great to be able to do this hands-on, and that's really the intention of our normal workshops. But today we're going to try to do this remotely. So it will not be quite as effective, and I'll do the best I can to kind of get these messages across. But thanks for joining us today. So let's see, let's start in. And since this group is small enough, I think we'll do a little bit of interactive conversation. So Ingrid and Shelby, you guys can unmute. And
okay.
If you'd like to join the conversation. So first I'm going to start with focus. So what I'm going to cover today is 2 subjects. How to handle focus setup on your camera. And then secondly, how to set up exposure. So what controls, what position your control should be in on your camera, both for the optimum focus technique and the optimum exposure technique, okay? So I'm not going to talk about the exposure triangle or that kind of thing. I'm going to actually talk about how to separate or set up and operate your camera, okay? So first I'd like to start with focus. So let's talk about focus first. So you guys probably all know there are 2 ways to set up your camera. You can either manual focus or you can let the camera autofocus. The cameras are really, really good at autofocusing. So why would you ever want to manual focus your camera? What's the trade-off? When would you want to be in autofocus mode? And I guess the question I'm going to ask the group is, when would you want to be in manual focus mode? What would be the circumstances?
When I want to blur a backdrop and I want to blur a background, I love taking it and just blurring it. It's so much fun.
Okay. And what other situations would be appropriate for manual instead of auto?
Macro work.
Right, macro.
I agree.
What else? How about astrophotography where you're shooting stars? So for that, you do have to manual focus on the stars because your autofocus won't pick the stars up. And also if it's poorly lit, if you're shooting in dark conditions, autofocus does not work well. So if you find when you're in dark conditions with your camera and the focus is what they call hunting, the focus is going back and forth and it's not locking up on anything, there's not enough light. So you'd want to go to manual focus for that, okay? So let's talk about, and so in terms of autofocus, what are the strengths of autofocus? You know, where especially do you need autofocus and cannot use manual?
Use aperture priority when I photograph portraits so I can get the eye really focused.
Yeah, I think you might be confusing exposure and focus there. Is that Shelby?
I'm not confusing it. Like when I do a portrait, I take the focus on my camera, my Canon lens, and I do the one little spot right on the people's eyes. So I get that with some little bit of depth so I can have the back blurred.
Great, perfect. And what you had said earlier, actually, there's a little subtle difference there. The blurred background is created by depth of field, not focus. So you're always going to focus on your subject. The question is how deep, how blurred your background is, and that is only a function of the aperture setting on your lens, which is the amount of light coming into the lens. So it's not a focus issue, it's an exposure issue.
I know that.
Yeah, great, good, okay. Autofocus is really, really good at doing wildlife, right? If you do wildlife photography, you pretty much have to use autofocus because you're not fast enough with manual to be able to follow a bird in flight. So that's when you would use auto versus manual. So the bottom line here, though, let me summarize, is that autofocus works probably for all of us photographers, probably 95% of the time. You generally can operate an autofocus with great results, unless you're doing one of the things we mentioned, like astrophotography or macro. So I would strongly recommend you shoot in autofocus on your camera because it really works very effectively well. So what we're going to talk about now is how to set that up on your camera most effectively. There are two things you have to set on the camera when it's in autofocus mode to tell the camera how you want it to function. The first one of those is the autofocus point. So where on the screen do you tell the camera, I want you to focus right there on that spot? And the second thing is whether you use continuous autofocus or single. And we'll get to that in a little bit, what that is. So let's right now talk about selecting the autofocus point. So where on the screen are you telling the camera focus there? Not down there, but right there. And that's called the autofocus point. So let me share my screen. Okay, can you guys all see this shot? This is a shot through the viewfinder of my camera. Can you guys all see that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you see all these little boxes in here?
No.
See those boxes that are on the front of my cup? Can you guys see my cursor moving around?
Yes.
Okay, good. So anybody not see these boxes?
I don't see them.
You don't see them?
No, I went to my computer. I'm not on my iPhone anymore, but I still can't see them.
Okay.
They're on the cup.
Yeah, they're right on the front of the cup. That's not a decal on the cup. These boxes are actually in the viewfinder of my camera. And what they are telling me is that the camera is selecting these specific areas of the image to focus on. So that's what a focus can be, one or more of these little boxes. Which of you guys, can I just get a comment? Anybody not using this know what these boxes are? Have you guys not seen these before? Okay. All right. So this is a focus point. There are two ways you can operate a focus point on your or autofocus on your camera. I'm going to digress here just a little bit. There are two ways you can do it. You can either let the camera choose the focus point, or you, the photographer, can choose the focus point. Any guesses as to which way is better?
Yeah.
So very leading question, right? So the bottom line here is you never want to let the camera choose the focus point. It will if you let it. And if you run your camera in full automatic, it will pick the focus point. And they're relatively smart at doing that. They'll pick what they think is the subject. But many times they don't pick what you think is the subject. And so it's a very bad practice. I would recommend never, ever put your camera in a mode where you're letting the camera choose the autofocus point. And that usually is called auto AF, autofocus, automatic autofocus. So, and I should have mentioned earlier, since we're not together in a meeting room and this is kind of tough, if you guys want to take notes, maybe you can go back later and pick up your camera and actually try to work through this. So note taking might be useful. So again, summarize, never run in autofocus because that allows the camera to select the subject of the image and it will usually pick the wrong thing. So that's setting number one, is you want it in a mode where you are allowed to move this focus point around and select where you want it to focus. So there are many ways to, let me move ahead here. So there are many ways to do what I'm about to describe. What I'm going to give you is what I've found, and I think most photographers have found through trial and error, is the easiest way to focus. But this is not the only one, to be sure, okay? I'm going to recommend what most photographers do. And that is as follows. They set the camera up in autofocus mode where the photographer gets to choose the location of this point. They set this point can be moved almost anywhere around the screen with the joystick on the back of your camera, if you have a camera that does that, which is 99%. So I could manually move this around the screen. I recommend you lock it in the center, as this one is right here. And there's a lock button that will lock it there so it won't accidentally get bumped to another position. So that means when you push the shutter button halfway down, most cameras will then lock the focus point, but they haven't taken the picture yet. And then when you push the shutter button all the way down, they will take the picture. And that will become important in just 1 second. All right, so if I'm saying lock the focus point in the center of the image, your first question should be, well, then how do I get the camera to focus on something that's not in the middle of my image? What if I want to focus on, can you see my cursor again? Anybody not see my cursor?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, great. So you see this is a radio back here and it's got a display on it. So let's say I want it to focus on that and not on the cup. I want the radio to be the subject of my image. What I would do is a technique called focus and recompose. Have any of you heard of that? Okay. So what you're going to do in this case is leave the focus point locked in the center. You're going to physically move your camera so that now the radio is in the center of the screen. You're then going to push that shutter button halfway down, which will lock the focus, but not have taken the picture yet. And then you will move the camera back to the way you want the image composed. This is why they call it focus and recompose, meaning you move the center focus point to whatever you wanted to be the subject. You push the shutter halfway, locking the focus, and then you move the camera back to the composition that you want, in which case I wanted this composition. The camera, as you can see, locked focus on the radio, and it's ignoring where it is now. Once I lock the focus, it will ignore. I can move this all around and it will stay locked on where I half pressed, which was back here on the radio. So I recompose the image the way I want it, and I push the shutter button fully down, takes the picture, and I've got exactly what I want. That is called focus and recompose. That is the fastest and easiest way to get the maximum use out of autofocus without having to move this little box around the screen, which I find is extremely cumbersome, though you can do it. And that's why I'm recommending lock it in the middle and do focus and recompose. So I'd like to, let me go back to you guys here for a moment. Okay. So questions on what I just said. Does that, I know it's very hard to get this stuff over Zoom, and I apologize for that. Was that understandable?
It was great.
Questions about what I was just recommending? Like, people, you're not sure you'll be able to, you think you can do it, Kelligrews? You think you can pull that off? Okay, all right. And Jeff, do you go by Jeff or Jeffrey?
Yeah, Jeff's good.
Jeff, okay. Ray, you're okay?
Yeah, seems clear.
Shelby?
I've been doing that for years. I love it. Thank you.
Great, beautiful. Sandra,
Yes.
you're okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Don't be bashful to ask questions, please. This is the time to learn. And Ingrid, you probably do this already?
Sometimes I'm thinking about it.
Okay. All right. All right, now let's talk about the second control for setting up focus. Like I said, there are only two. One is selecting the focus point, which we just went through. Let me share my screen again. Okay, and the second thing is on your camera in the autofocus control settings, there will be something called to the effect of single shot, and usually it'll be abbreviated with an S, versus continuous, which will usually be a C. And what that is saying is when you press the shutter button halfway on this spot, are you asking the camera to grab a single focus point and lock it there? Or if you're in continuous mode, do you want the camera to continue focusing on that point until the time you take the photo? So here's the third trivia pop question for the day. When would you want to have the camera in continuous autofocus mode? What's a shooting situation for that?
When I photograph children that are 2 years old.
Absolutely right. And that is a subtlety that a lot of people miss. That is a brilliant example, because if you're shooting kids, they're going to move by the time you take the shot. And that's why some people get frustrated and go, why are my pictures always blurred? What's another good example?
Birds in flight.
You got it. Birds in flight and wildlife, any fast moving wildlife, but especially birds. Because by the time you lock focus and then take the photo, they've moved out of your plane of original focus. So you'd want to be in continuous mode. To keep this simple, if you are confused with what I'm saying, leave it in single shot. 99 times out of 100, that will satisfy your needs. Unless you're doing very sophisticated wildlife or kids, any fast moving subject, you would want to read your manual and understand how to set your focus up for continuous. And again, what that does is when you press the shutter button halfway, it does not lock it. It says this is the subject, but it asks the camera to continue focusing right up until the moment you take the image. Okay. All right. Questions about that?
Mark, in the image that you were sharing with all of us, was the reference to either the C or the S on that screen? Because I'm concerned I'm not looking in the right spot.
Yeah, it is not. Let me show you, and all cameras are totally different, but let me show you on mine. This may be very hard to see. No, actually it might not. Let me show you on mine. Let me see if I can pull this off. I'm going to show you on mine. What I have to do on my camera, and let me unshare here for a second and get my video back. Okay. Can you guys all see me now again?
Yes.
Hello. So if I want to change these modes on my Nikon, this is my Nikon. I have a, this is a D500. So, but most of the Nikons operate the same way. The Canons operate the same way. The Sonys may be a little different. But Nikon and Canon probably operate similarly. So what I need to do, so you see down here, right down there, you see that little lever? It says AF, what does it say? Yeah, AF or M. That is where I set manual focus, which is over there, versus autofocus, which is over there. This also has a little push button in the center that's probably hard to see, but when I push that button on my display on the top, it actually brings up, let me flip this over. It actually brings up, there we go. You see that S? So here's my normal display. When I press that autofocus button on the side of the camera, it brings up a focus control menu. And you can see an S on the screen, which means single shot. If I rotate the control on the front of the camera, that goes to auto, which is the the setting I strongly recommended you did not use. And if I go further, it actually has a whole bunch of other settings. Down at the bottom of this screen,
The camera is different.
you can see a, we'll get to the back button. Well, this is tough. Okay, there we go. Down at the bottom of the screen, you may be able to see a small C or S. And if I rotate the back control, you'll see a change from AFC to AFS, AFC to AFS. That is changing my single shot versus continuous. And again, what I'm doing is I'm holding the button on the side, pushing that in, and then I am rotating one of my control wheels here on the back. And that's rotating, cycling between AFC and AFS. Your camera will certainly be different, but if you pull the manual, it will have a similar menu structure. It'll give you a choice of full auto, which is disaster mode, single shot versus continuous. And it will also let you select the center point configuration, the single center point, and lock it. All those controls will be in your autofocus menu. So go to your book and just find where those could, they'll all be in one place and on a couple pages, and you can just read up on that. And if you need help, let me say, if you guys need help after this session, I'd be happy to have any of you contact me, and I'll give you my phone at the end, and we could actually get online. And I could be happy to help you sort through this if you're really having a hard time with it, because this makes a really big difference.
Thanks, Mark. That was really helpful. Thanks.
Okay, great. Because I know it can be really frustrating. Even Kathy, when she was in her earlier days, used to come back to me and say, my camera's not working. My pictures are all blurred. And it was really a matter of the way she had her autofocus set up. So she was just frustrated, thought the camera was broken, and it wasn't. It was just the AF setup. Okay, so I'd like to move on to exposure. We have plenty of time, so feel free to ask questions, guys. We're actually going to finish way early. So I'd like to move to exposure, but before we do, let me open the door to any questions you have at all on camera and focusing. Any issues there that you guys can think of, problems you've had that you didn't know why it was doing what it was doing? Okay. All right, great, good. So again, I'll give you my number later. You guys can call me if you're having trouble setting it up. First off, what kind of camera, Ray, what kind of camera are you using? Can you just press the space bar to unmute? Let's see, yeah, go ahead and press your space bar. Not working, huh? Then there's up in the top corner of your screen, your picture, there should be a.
I've got it.
Okay, what kind of camera are you using?
I've got a Nikon D7100, and I've been struggling with manual mode. So I'm heartened to hear you talking about using auto focus.
Oh man, don't use manual unless it's one of those three things, you know,
Well,
astrophotography, macro, or in dimly lit situations. The cameras are so good. They will, if you do what I just said, they will nail focus every single time. And if they're not, it's operator error. It's not the camera, because they're so good and they're so fast. I mean, you know, fraction of a second and they're locked up.
Yeah, for in my earlier years with this camera, I always use the program mode, and I go back and look at old photos. They're better than the new photos. So I'm
Okay.
going back.
Yeah, okay. And that's probably why. So I'm glad I asked. Yeah, so don't use manual for normal shooting. It's just real slow, and you're not gonna be nearly as good as the camera.
Well, it's frustrating.
Yeah, so I hope that helps. Jeffrey, what kind of camera are you doing?
I have a Pentax K50.
Okay.
And
By the way,
I when I took classes at Sacramento City College and Cosumnes, they all say to use manual, and I'm really glad that I attended this one. It's like a revelation.
I would so recommend against manual. These cameras are so, they can do it way better than you can, or I can, way better. And in probably a quarter of a second, they will lock. I mean, we're not talking waiting for these things. And Ray, your camera is identical to mine. The setup will be almost exactly what you saw me do, almost.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see, Ingrid, you're totally self-sufficient.
Yeah, right.
You're not, you shouldn't even be here. Let's see,
Right.
Pellegros, you guys have, what brands did you end up buying again? Push that space bar down. Or you might have to manually unmute.
They have the Canon 6D like I do.
Okay. Yeah.
That's right, Rick.
And which second one did you get?
We have a Lumens.
Point and shoot.
Okay. And Sandra?
Canon.
Canon, okay. All right, the concept will be similar. How many of you, raise your hand, were using manual focus before? And Ray, you were too, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. Hey, then my day is made, man. Totally go to autofocus. Don't use manual. Unless if you're shooting Rick Aeschliman and he's in an image, you got to use manual, otherwise it'll break the lens. Did you know that Rick's wife once threw a clock at his face, and when he asked why, she said, "Well, you're so ugly. I wanted to see if your face would stop the clock."
Oh, jeez.
Oh, gee.
Rick and I can do this. We in fact, if we don't do it, one of us is offended if we don't badger each other at a club event. All right, let's go on to exposure. This one's a little harder. Okay, but a little more fun. All right, so exposure control on your camera. What is the objective? This may sound obvious, but it's not. What is the objective of setting exposure on your camera? What are you trying to achieve?
Let in light.
Sorry, what was that?
Let in light
Repeat that one more time.
to let in light.
Correct, the correct amount of light, right?
Yes.
Okay. The hidden part of my question was, you're actually trying to set the exposure on the camera, here's the non-obvious point, to its maximum brightness without going over 100% exposure. Now that's different than, I could have said, try to set the minimum brightness without going too much to black, but I didn't. I said, trying to set the brightest exposure without what they call blowing out the, if you hear people say you blew out the bright, or you blew out the whites, or you blew out the highlights.
Yeah.
What that means is you went over the technical capability of the sensor in your camera to capture that level of brightness. There's a maximum level of brightness on that sensor. It can only do so much. When you hit it with too much light, it oversaturates the electronics and it goes to total white wash, which they call blown out. And on the image, it will look like, and you've seen it, we've all seen it, we all hear about it at the club meetings, in the critique, it'll go to total white, a white wash. And there will be no photo information there. The reason I say maximize it, but don't go over 100 is if, let's do the reverse. Let's say when you tried to set the exposure controls on your camera, you set it up to make the brightness as low as possible without making it the whole image black. That is not as bad as doing the other thing that I just said a moment ago. Why? Because if you underexpose an image and it's too dark, you can put that into Photoshop or Lightroom, and you can actually bring back much of the dark areas and bring those brightness levels back up to usable levels. However, if you do the opposite, which is if you overexpose the whites and take them over 100%, there is no application that you can use to ever recover those. Once they are blown out, they are gone, You can never, ever get them back. So I'm stressing a point that's not commonly known or obvious, which is maximize the brightness so you get the full use of the sensor, but do not ever go over 100%, because once you've done that, you've lost that photo information and it cannot be recovered. If anything, underexpose.
Hey, Mark.
Is that coming new to everybody, or did some of you know that?
I knew it.
Oh, come on.
Mark. Hey, Mark. Marky, are you
Yeah,
going to talk about blinkies?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me go back and share my screen again. Okay. 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 I'm not going to go heavy into histograms today. This is a shot again of the back of my camera. So it has all the information regarding how my camera was set up when I took this picture out this window. You can see that these white areas up in the sky are, this is clearly called highlights blown out. These are just total white wash. How many of you do not know what a histogram is? Can you say, I can't see all of you, so can you say, I don't know what a histogram is?
I don't know what a histogram is, Mark.
Okay. So in a word, and this is something you want to graduate to, strive to figure out what this is, because it will reduce the number of bad images you take. You will rarely get home and go, oh, darn. This is an image in your camera settings, not settings, but after you take an image, along with the photo data will come a mode where you can allow the camera to show you the histogram. You can turn this on or off. So it may be off. Don't think it's not there. What this is showing you is from left to right on the bottom scale. This is a graph. On the bottom scale is the levels of brightness. This is the left end is total dark and the right end is 100% bright. And everything in between is darker and darker and darker as you move to the left. Okay. The vertical axis is the number of pixels that are at that intensity. So this takes a while to figure out. You can't just look at it and learn it. It'll become intuitive when you use it. So what this is saying is that there are a whole lot of pixels in this image that are dark. Guess where those are? They're here in the trees. You see the dark stuff? Maybe 15% of the image. Guess what? About 15% of the graph is showing me that they're dark images. Then there's a little bump here in kind of the low intensity range. That's probably all this green foliage. And then as you get up here toward the end, there's all this bright stuff. It's saying there are a lot of pixels that are near and at 100%. Guess what? That's the blown out sky.
Also talk about another aspect of this.
So what this image is telling me, what this histogram is telling me is that I have overexposed this image because there are pixels here that have gone off the right side of the graph, and the right side is saying 100%. So I have clearly blown this image out.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And it is non-recoverable. Okay.
And she probably got that way by being.
I'm out. I'm here. Somebody's got room 1 on, so I hear Douglas, and that's really disturbing.
It's kind of because famous, a great photo because it's famous.
Okay, so how do you avoid?
I'm thinking it's Jonathan.
Not something that's immediately accessible.
Okay, Jonathan, do you have the other room on? Okay, thanks. Great.
I just muted him.
Okay, cool.
Thanks. All right, so how do you know if you don't? There are 2 ways to figure out if you have overexposed an image on the camera, because you can't tell by looking. Trust me, you cannot tell by looking at the back of the screen after you take the shot. You will not be certain. There are 2 ways to know. Either use a histogram, which is college level, or if you want to use high school level, you use what they call the blinkies. And this will be on almost every camera. This is a shot from the back of my camera after I took that picture out the window. I'm going to roll a video because this actually moves. So if I roll this video, you see the white parts blinking? These people commonly refer to as the blinkies. You can set your camera up to go into this mode. So after you take the shot, it will come back with an image like this. And if you see any blinkies, those blinking areas, let me lock in on that. Okay, these dark areas mean that these parts of the image are past 100% and can never be recovered. So this is a really quick way, because what you would do here is say, I better take that shot again and delete this one because it's not usable. Okay, so look in your manual for overexposure highlight. We use words like overexposure highlights. And you want to turn that, you see it says that down here in the bottom of my Nikon, it says highlights. So this image on the back of my camera is showing me the highlights, meaning if there are no blinkies, then I have no parts of the image that are overexposed. If I've got any blinkies, I need to reshoot that shot. Okay. How many of you can say yes if you have seen this on the back of your camera before?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Okay, good. I would recommend you use this to start, and then when you get more sophisticated, move up to the histogram, because all this is telling you is if parts of the image are blown out. It's not giving you much more than any more than that. The histogram gives you lots of information. So start here and then graduate to the histogram. Again, look for exposure highlights and find the way to view that on the back of your camera. On the Nikons, for example, once I take a picture, I'll show you where it is. Okay, in the back of my Nikon, when I take a picture and then I play it back on the back of the screen, it kind of looks like that. I can see the whole image. I can see the image I just took. If I come over to the rocker button, the up and down rocker button, I can cycle. Each time I push it, I'm going to cycle through a different screen, giving me information about that very same photo. So this is all the data about how I took the photo. One of those screens is this one here. Guess what? It's the highlights screen. So on the Nikons, you just basically rotate the screens up and down on the back of the camera when it's in playback mode. After you've taken an image, playback mode, just go there. Try buttons on the back of your screen and see if you can go up and down and rotate through those various information screens, one of which should be highlights. And if it's not, go to your setup menu and make sure that it does not need to be turned on. Okay. Okay. So that's the blinkies. That's a way to tell that your shot was not overexposed, and you'll never again get the judges at the meeting to say, oh, but you blew out part of the image. Bad, bad, bad.
That never happens.
What's that?
That never happens.
No, that never happens to me. I always get the best image I've ever shot, and then I didn't do that, and I have overexposed areas. Okay, so now how to set your camera up. There are 3 exposure control modes on your camera, most likely. Almost every camera has 3 categories, let me say 3 categories of exposure modes, meaning how is the camera going to set the exposure? So the camera is looking at the image you're about to take and making its best guess on how to set the exposure. And I just told you the golden rule is you don't want to go over 100%. Well, the camera doesn't have that rule embedded in it. If you let it, it will go over 100%. Even the auto exposure mode is completely full. It is not foolproof, and it will make huge mistakes. So those 3 categories are as follows. There is manual mode, which you can graduate to at some point down the road. I know some people recommend everybody uses manual. I quite frankly don't, because I think it's very hard and takes a long time until you get very good. It takes a long time to set up the shot. You can lose great shots by twiddling with knobs instead of taking pictures. So I don't recommend that. But when you get more sophisticated, you can use manual mode. And that means you're going to need to set the aperture, the ISO, and the shutter speed by yourself. You need to set the 3 of those by yourself based on information you're getting from the camera. So that's manual mode. The second mode is auto mode, where the camera chooses the exposure without any involvement of the photographer. Show of hands of people that think letting the camera do the exposure mode is a good idea.
Only
Right.
at 75 miles an hour.
Ingrid, here you're supposed to be my plant and say, I think we should let it use auto mode. So again, letting the camera either choose the focus or the exposure is usually a very bad idea, unless you're just starting, and then for sure do it. But when you get comfortable and you really want to start taking good quality and more creative images, definitely take more control over your camera. And this is one place to do it, because the camera will not do a very good job. Contrary to autofocus, the cameras will not do a very good job of auto exposure setting. So again, on one extreme, we had full manual. On the other extreme, we have full auto. Well, guess what? There's a middle category called semi-automatic modes. And most of you, I think, are probably familiar with these. You can see them on the outside of your camera. Here's a shot of my Nikon. This is the left control wheel. And you can see down here, sorry, not there. You see this mode button on top. When I push and hold that mode button, it will rotate through the 3 semi-automatic modes. A on a Nikon means aperture priority. S on a Nikon means shutter priority. I think on Canon, this is A, V, and A, S. I can't recall.
It's AV and TV.
And PV.
AV is for aperture and T is for time.
Great. But on all cameras, you'll have these 2 settings. On all good cameras, you'll have these 2 settings. There will be aperture. They'll use the same terminology in the manual, even if the logo on the screen of your camera is slightly different by manufacturer. One will be called aperture priority, and the other will be called shutter priority. So here's what these are doing. This is a little bit complicated to explain, but again, semi-automatic. That means you are partly involved and the camera is partly involved. Your involvement, and let's stick with aperture priority for the moment. If I'm in aperture priority mode in my camera, that means that the camera is allowing me to choose the aperture, meaning the f-stop. Do I want f2.8, f8, f11, f22? I choose that. And then the camera does all of the rest to figure out the correct exposure. It figures out the ISO and the shutter speed. So I don't have to do all 3. I just have to do 1. What's the advantage of doing this? The reason that I shoot 99% of the time in aperture priority mode is because I want to control the depth of field. Artistically, I want to control the depth of field of my shot, as Shelby was saying earlier. So by adjusting, we know the depth of field is controlled by the aperture setting. So perfect. If I want a shallow depth of field shot for a portrait, let's say, I go to f2.8, like you're seeing here, and I let the camera do the rest. And I know when I get that image, the face is going to be sharp and the background will be blurred because I selected a low aperture.
Damn.
If on the other hand, I'm shooting a landscape and I want everything to be in focus, very deep depth of field, I'll go to f11 or f18. Same mode though, I'm still in aperture priority. So I selected the f18 and I let the camera do everything else. So if you do nothing else after this session, I would recommend, if you're still at a beginner intermediate level, and I shoot this way to this day, I do not use manual other than for astrophotography and some other specialized things. I shoot in aperture priority mode 99% of the time, because usually I'm trying to control the depth of field and I don't have the time to tinker with all 3 settings. I just want to set the aperture and let the camera pick the exposure. And then I will check the blinkies on the back to make sure that it didn't make a bad decision. And if it did, I will make an adjustment that I'll show you in just a moment to override the camera's decision-making and get myself a good, properly exposed image. So the second mode I said earlier was shutter priority. That means that the photographer selects the shutter speed and the camera does everything else. When would I want to do that? Let me open it up to the floor. When would I want to use shutter priority? What kinds of shooting situations?
If you want to shoot water and you want it to look soft.
Yep, absolutely right.
Or if you're shooting birds, you want to stop action.
Absolutely. And as Ann says, actually any situation where you would want to stop fast moving action where you need a very high shutter speed, like 2000 or 3000, you need to tell the camera, I need 2,000 or 3,000 because it's not normally going to go that high. So that's where you would select shutter priority, saying, I'm going to pick the shutter speed and I'm going to set the shutter speed here at 2000 because I know I'm shooting birds in flight. And then I'm going to let the camera do everything else. But I only shoot in this mode 5% of the time because I'm not shooting wildlife that often. So like I said earlier, if you learn nothing else, put your camera in aperture priority mode and set the aperture according to the artistic depth of field you are looking for and let the camera do the rest. That is the quickest way to take pictures and to learn. And then someday, if you want, you can graduate to full manual when you get really quick.
I have a comment to make.
Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
In regard to aperture priority, if you're shooting in a low light condition, it's probably not your best choice. And the reason is it might the camera might run your ISO way up, so you have a lot of noise, or it'll have a longer exposure and you've moved and you'll be out of focus.
Totally agree. With one caveat, if we were live, and what Rick is saying is true, in really low light situations, any of these automatic modes don't work very well. You really, in difficult shooting circumstances, fast moving, low light, you need to move more toward manual in those conditions. So Rick is right on. However, I wasn't going to mention this, but I will, because if you guys want to call me and have me help you set up your cameras, there is a way to avoid what Rick is talking about, which is if you're in low light, use aperture priority as I recommend. The camera is going to select a very high ISO. ISO is electronic amplification within the camera, and it comes with added noise. It'll put a grain in the image you just took, which you don't want. There is a way to prevent that because on most cameras, you can use aperture priority mode and tell it what maximum ISO you do not want the camera to ever exceed. And you can set that at a level where the image has no noise. So this is one level of sophistication higher, but that's the way I run my camera. So I know I'm never going to get a lot of noise because I say I've set my aperture priority setting 1600 maximum ISO, and I know I have a clean image at that. It will never go over that. And if I can't get the camera, or if I can't get an image at that, then I go to manual because I know I'm in extremely difficult circumstances. So there is a way to avoid aperture priority mode causing excessive noise from high ISO settings. And I'd be happy to help you set that up in your camera because it most likely has that capability, but it's not easy to set up. But once you do, it's done. I just leave mine there forever. Rick, is that okay? Was that correct?
Yeah, it is. With Canon, you can set the ISO for whatever you want, and it'll stay that way, regardless of which mode you're using. But if you set it at, say, 500 max and it's really low light, it's going to run a longer shutter. So that would be when you'd want to shift the manual when you see out of focus images.
Okay, got it. Okay, so let me see if I had. And this, this is manual mode on my camera. And I did it by holding that other button down and just rotating the dials. And I go from auto, full auto, to manual, to aperture priority, to shutter priority, to program mode, which some of you mentioned earlier. Program mode is just another one of these auto exposure modes. I won't go into what it does, but it's actually not a very good mode. I would strongly recommend you use aperture priority or shutter priority 99% of the time. And then for that last 1%, go to manual when you're really stuck. All right, so now in a situation where you're in aperture priority mode and you set the aperture, you take the picture, you look at the blinkies and you got blinkies. What do? You call Mark and go, your technique is totally awful. It doesn't work. I set it up the way you told me and I got blown out stuff in the background. I can't use it. Anyone have a solution on what you do in that event? So you're in aperture priority mode, take the picture, but the camera chose wrong and you've got blown out parts of the image. What do?
Or you could change your f-stop to a higher number.
Yeah, but the camera is just going to take the other factors down and compensate for that.
Darn cameras.
Darn cameras. So here's what you do. And actually, this is the way I shoot 99% of the time. So this is not an anomaly, what I'm explaining here. Way a lot of photographers shoot, is on your camera, somewhere on the camera, most likely, it's a good camera, there will be something looking like this plus minus button. You see it over here in the corner? That plus minus is an auto exposure override, meaning it says, I, the photographer, just realized that you, the camera, made a bad decision on setting the exposure, and I don't like what you picked. So I'm about to tell you to make it either brighter or darker. And that's what this button is for. If I press that button down and rotate the knob on the back of my camera, I will adjust the auto exposure level. So let's say I took a shot and the auto exposure level is set at 0, meaning it's not too bright or it's not artificially bright or artificially dark. It defaults to 0. So I took the shot and it was overexposed. What would I want to do with this control? Go plus or go minus?
Minus.
Exactly. I would go minus, and it's actually set up in stops. So you can kind of get a gauge pretty soon when you start shooting, you know exactly, based on the amount of blinkies you have, you know exactly how much to crank it down. 1/3, 1/2, 2/3, 1, 1.5. You press the button, rotate the control wheel, and I'll take the number down to, let's say, -1. That means, Mr. or Ms. Camera, you overexposed that last image. I want you to darken it by a factor of 1. I take another shot. I look at the blinkies. Still, I have blinkies. I go back to this control, push it down again, and I don't take it to -2. Now I'm telling the camera, darken the picture by a factor of 2 over what you would normally select. I take the shot again. Perfect. No more blown out areas. When I'm done, I just take this setting back to 0. It may sound cumbersome. Once you get used to it, it's extremely fast. Generally, I don't even have to do that. I'd say 1 out of every 30 pictures that I take, I have to override. So it's not an every shot kind of thing, but when you need to do it, you just push that button. And again, it's called exposure. It'll be called something like exposure override or exposure control, but it'll be a plus minus. So look for that in your camera settings. So let me summarize this whole thing. Again, the way you set up your camera is operate it in aperture priority mode or shutter priority mode, and then use this exposure override to adjust the camera if it's selected either too hot or too dark in exposure. And you're done. When you get done with that, you'll look on the back, the blinkies won't be there. You'll have a perfect image. You'll submit it to the club. You'll win the month's contest. You'll pretty much be just as good as Ingrid is. So that, again, so you want me to summarize that, or did you guys kind of get a handle on how I'm suggesting you set your exposure controls up?
I think we just have to practice, but I understand it.
Okay, let me come back to you guys here. Yeah, so Absolutely right. You'll have to look in the manual, but I want to make sure you at least understand the concept. So Caligaroos, you guys, any questions there? Okay. And let's see, Sandra.
Yeah, that was great. Very helpful. Yeah, I'm practicing as you're talking with my camera.
Okay, great. And again, if you guys want help, I'll give you my phone number and I'd be happy to, because the one trick, as Rick pointed out, the one trick here is when you set these settings up and you go to aperture or shutter priority mode, in that screen, you have to set it'll be called maximum ISO or ISO limit, something like that. You do have to set that, otherwise you will get very noisy images and you'll come screaming back to me or you'll think your camera's broken. And again, that's because the camera is taking the ISO or the amplification up excessively and adding electronic noise to your image. You can prevent it from doing that by setting that ISO limit to, it varies by camera, but somewhere in the 800 to 1600, usually about 1600 on a newer camera, maybe 2500. On an older camera, probably 800. On a 2-3-year-old camera, probably 1600 ISO. So ISO of 1600 is a good starting point for the maximum.
Oh, I see. I can do it.
You see it on that screen? Okay, and let's see. So we're finishing really early. I think we'll use this time for general questions, but that's basically what I had. I don't want to get into it in too much more detail than that. So any questions on exposure setting at all, just across the board? So let me ask, when you guys are out shooting and you come home, of the images that are not usable, do you get a lot of images that are not usable because of bad exposure? Either it was too dark or too bright?
Yes.
You get a lot of those, right?
Yeah, I seem to, my shadows are always, there's just too much contrast. You know, there's too much, the shadows are really dark and the lights are okay, or the lights are too light and, you know, it's never proper.
Okay.
And I'm always afraid to, a max ISO thing is extremely helpful because I'm
Okay.
always afraid to fiddle with the ISO because the camera seems to be, doesn't handle it very well if it's too high. It's an older camera. And so you can't put it too high or you get lots and lots of noise.
Okay. And one thing to know, by the way, is, and you have to experiment. The way to tell what that number is, that golden number that you never want to exceed, unless you're deliberately going to do it, is you just have to take practice photos with your camera.
Yes.
You just shoot and then look at them on the screen and decide what just keep going from 400 to 800 to 12 to 16 to 25 to 3200. Yes. Take a whole bunch, same image, look at them and say, okay, you know, I can't go past 800. I can't go past 16.
Right.
And that's the only way to know. You cannot ask somebody, you can't Google it. You could Google it, but you'll spend hours.
Yep. Yep. And now that I know that I can look at a histogram or that information after I've taken a shot, that will help as well. Okay. So that's excellent. Thank you.
Let's see. So Anne, any other miscellaneous questions? Oh, Jeffrey, go ahead. Sorry.
How would you take a panning photograph using these auto modes?
Let's see. So panning. So like if you're shooting a race car?
Yes, exactly.
There you have to preset both the exposure and the focus. So let's say you're shooting a race car, okay, coming across the track. You have to preset, because the camera is not fast enough in auto mode to set the exposure or the focus. It will miss both of those if you're doing a fast pan like Jeffrey is proposing with a race car. You have to set both up in advance. There are settings on your camera in the settings menus that will allow you to determine what happens when you push the shutter button halfway, just halfway. You'll be allowed to select nothing, autofocus lock, exposure lock, or either one of those two. So for shooting cars, you would need to tell that button to lock focus and exposure when I press the shutter button halfway, okay? Then what you do before a car comes by, you have to find a point on the track where you think that car is going to pass. And usually that is, let's say, the edge of the racetrack where there is something, a pattern that the autofocus can lock onto. So you put that center focus point right on that edge of the track where you think you're going to take the image. This is where I think I'm going to end up clicking the shutter button. So you focus the camera on that part of the racetrack, push the button halfway. The camera then says, okay, I got it. I'm going to lock focus and exposure right here. You then have to hold that button halfway down, go back up here to the beginning where the car is coming from, follow the car, and right when you think it's in that spot, you click it all the way. And so the camera will have already locked in focus and exposure right in that spot. And you won't have the problem of, if you do this and push the button, by the time the camera locks focus and exposure, it will have done it way off in the distance, and it'll pick the wrong numbers because it didn't choose its settings based on the actual point where you took the photo. The lag is long enough inside the camera that your camera was way over here by the time it locked those two things. So that's how you shoot a moving car, Jeffrey.
I see.
Tough to do, but once you get the hang of it, it's not that tough. Yeah. Jeffrey, any other questions?
No, that's good.
Anne, did you have any?
No, I'm just still dealing with a lot of excessive noise. So I'm going through all kinds of experiments to see how I can reduce the amount of noise. So,
okay. Here's the way to do those experiment we talked about earlier. If you want to find the ISO setting above which you never want to go because you get excessive noise in your camera, here's how to do it. You have to set the controls on manual exposure, the M that I showed you earlier. You have to go to manual exposure and then set almost any aperture, pick one, it almost doesn't matter, but just set it to, like, let's say f8, and then set the shutter speed to a number that gets you a reasonable looking exposure through the viewfinder. Okay. And what you haven't set is the ISO. So leave the aperture and the shutter speed alone for the entire experiment. Don't touch those. Just change the ISO. Then take a shot of that scene at 400. Well, no, I take back, no, forget it. Don't do that. Actually, what you want to do is do it in aperture priority mode. I take back what I just said. So you want to set the camera in aperture priority mode and pick an aperture. Anything, f8 is fine, it really doesn't matter. Then, this doesn't get complicated. Then you have to find a way in your camera to be able to control the ISO manually. Yeah, it's tougher than I thought. You have to be able to set the ISO manually.
yeah, that's good. I can set the ISO manual.
You know what? I'm trying to make this as, you can do it both ways. Let me make this as easy. Let me go back. That way is possible, but a little more sophisticated. Go back to manual mode. Do manual mode and set an f-stop of f8. Then set an ISO of 400. Then set a shutter speed that gives you the correct exposure. There'll be a meter in your viewfinder. Set that meter to 0. It'll have plus, minus, and 0. Set it to 0. Take a picture. Then change the ISO to 800 and adjust the shutter speed to get your exposure back to 0. Then change the ISO to 1600. Move the shutter speed to get you a 0 exposure and keep repeating that all the way up. And then go back and look at those in Lightroom and see where you begin to get objectionable noise, and then set that as your not to exceed ISO. That's actually easier than trying to do it in an aperture priority mode. Yeah, do it in manual.
Thank you.
Okay, my phone number is 530. We got a pen? 530-264. 7210, 264-7210. And I'd be happy to either clarify or try to walk you through your camera to get these settings set up the way I'm suggesting. I think, Ann, you and I even talked about this once we were on a field trip. I think we were in Grass Valley, and Ann and I are out there for like 10 minutes, and she had been recommended to use manual mode, and I think she was a little frustrated with that. And so I suggested the aperture priority. But I've gone through this with a lot of people. I'd be happy to walk you guys through it and try to set your camera up appropriately. So now that we've done those, let's just do 5 more minutes, and then I'll let you guys take a 5-minute break. It's 10:18. Rick's session, which is the next session, which is on photo pills, starts at 10:30. So how about if we do like just 5 minutes of open Q&A, if there are any, and then I'll let you guys take a break and come back for Rick at 10:30. So let's open it up. Any questions about anything having to do with photography or cameras or creative or whatever? Hey, Larry.
How are you doing?
Good. We're just finishing up the focus and exposure settings, and I just opened the floor up to any questions about photography. And Jeff, is there something? Go ahead, Jeffrey.
I have a question. What do you do if you have like strong shadows, light and shadows, a lot of dynamic range in the picture?
The only thing you can do is what I suggested earlier, which is why that golden rule is so nice, because it's universal. Set the exposure on the camera to make it as bright as possible without getting any blinkies. What that will do, Jeffrey, is it'll bring up those shadow areas as high as possible without overexposing the image. So let's say you're a novice camera operator. What are you going to do? You see a shadow, the subject's in the shadow. What's your natural inclination? Turn the exposure way up and get good light in that shadow area. Well, guess what you just did? If you look at the blinkies now, you're going to have huge blown out portions of your image because the brights were too bright. So you cannot do that. That is not a way to solve that problem. The only way to solve the problem is to do the following 2 things. Maximize the exposure, as always, without blowing the whites out, the highlights out. And then if that doesn't work and the shadows are still too dark, guess what you have to do? Put light on them. Literally, that is the only thing you can do. And that's why they make photography lights. Really, that's the whole reason they have. Or if you're doing landscape, that's the reason they recommend move. Go at a different time of day. That's why Rick scouts these places. He goes out, he hikes 5 miles just to scout the thing. So he knows when he gets there, he uses photo pills. So he knows when he gets there what the lighting conditions are going to be. So he does not have a shadow on his subject when he arrives. So either bring light, or if you're using natural, you got to do what Rick does, and that's be extra vigilant about knowing what the conditions will be on your subject, that you got enough light when you're trying to shoot. Because if you don't, and you don't have light, you might as well pack it up and go back to your tent, because you're not going to get a good shot. That's why Rick ends up with these brilliant shots. He really works to go out there and make sure the lighting conditions are just right.
Well, the beauty of what you're going to learn in photo pills is I don't have to walk out there 5 miles. I can get on a map and find out exactly what it's going to look like before I do that. So what I'm going to teach is the planning to give you the best chance of getting the shots that you imagined. And all you have to do is really show up and shoot and hope for good weather.
Right. So I'm sticking around for that. So Larry, Jeffrey, to answer your question again, the golden rule always applies. Maximize the exposure without blowing anything out. And if your subject is in shadow, either artificially light it or change the time of day. That's all you can do, literally give it more light. Or you can use a reflector. You know, and sophisticated photographers will take a reflector out in the field and they'll reflect the sun onto that rock that's in the shadow. But they go to great lengths. They don't just show up and say, you know, I'll shoot it dark. Yeah, so that's the answer to that question. Any other general photography questions? Biggest challenge you've had in shooting? What frustrates you the most that you want to do, but you're not able to pull it off? I know Rick his big frustration is he can't win the state fair. He keeps trying to win the state fair. And Kathy keeps showing him her little bear that she got a couple of years ago. Hey, Rick, I got my bear.
I think it would probably help if I actually entered.
That's right. You don't know what the heck. Do you enter the county fair?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't enter really in anything.
Oh, come on. You win the county fair like mad. Golly.
What's the point?
All right. So I've got 10:23. How about if you let everybody take us, what do we got? 8 minutes. So if you could be back here sharp at 10:30, and Rick is going to do, Rick, can you give us the full title and just another quick snapshot of what you're going to do at 10:30?
Okay, it's entitled Introduction to PhotoPills Planner App. How to plan epic landscape astrophotography images.
It's really good stuff. I need to know it. I keep being lazy. I show up and hope for the best.
Hey, sometimes you get lucky.
Okay. Anyway, thank you all for attending. This was great. I hope you got something out of it. If you got one little kernel, I'm happy.
Thank you, Mark. Great.
Thank you, Mark. It
so
was wonderful.
Nice
Really
stuff.
helpful, folks. Calagruz, how are you coming along with your new cameras?
Slowly.
We've been trying to paint the house before the rain, so once the house is painted, then the camera's priority.
Okay. All right. We get that. Okay, so I'll see you guys in 5-6 minutes.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Rick.
Good. I do know that some people have different bandwidths, so what I'm going to do is try and speak slowly and have time between slides so that if their machine has to catch up, it can do that. And if it becomes a problem, just simply let me know. I'm going to talk about what I am going to cover today and what I am not going to cover. When I originally volunteered to do this, Douglas suggested PhotoPills, and the reason is that they had a questionnaire and there were some people that were interested in an intro to PhotoPills. So that's what we're doing today. So what I will not be covering is how to shoot the Milky Way. In other words, I won't be going over equipment or settings, but what I will be doing is explaining the planner app of PhotoPills. And what that allows us to do is to shoot images that you imagine in your head and to give you the best chance to get that image. The first part of the presentation will be a slideshow, approximately 20 minutes or so. The second part will be the actual PhotoPills app. I've connected my telephone to my desktop, so we'll be able to actually interactively show you the buttons I push in order to do the planning. And the third part, if we have time, and we probably will, is Rachel was wondering if I could do post-production of one of my Milky Way shots and how I approach it. So we'll do that as well. Okay, so how to plan an epic landscape and astrophotography images. And what I mean by landscape astrophotography is this image that you see is a perfect example. Some people, especially when they're first starting out, will shoot the Milky Way and you'll see this beautiful Milky Way and the foreground will be dark, which is okay if you want to have kind of a silhouette effect. But I've kind of graduated to trying to make the foreground and the midground be part of the overall composition with the Milky Way. This is a really good example because not only do you have, somebody have a question? No, okay. You probably can see my pointer here. You have the
You can
Milky
get me
Way.
some more coffee.
No, I can't get your coffee. Anyway, we're incorporating the mountains in the foreground, which in this case was the lake with the reflection. So that it gives you an overall composition that's a little more interesting and pleasing than just the Milky Way by itself. Okay, what is photo pills? There are a lot of apps out there that'll tell you about how to shoot or when to shoot landscapes using the sun, the moon. It seems that in recent years, it's kind of standardized, sort of like Photoshop. Photo pills is kind of the standard in the industry now for this kind of planning. It's an app designed to help you photograph realize a shot that you maybe have imagined in your mind, or maybe that you saw another photographer shoot. You thought, well, that's kind of a cool idea. How do I do that? Photo pills will allow you to plan. It gives you the best opportunity to plan that might actually happen. It's available in both Mac and PC based mobile platforms only. So there is no desktop version of this app, which makes sense if you think about it, because you're going to be out in the field. And that's when you would use either your iPad or your phone.
Rick, if I can jump in, you should have the control to mute the person who's got background noise going. I don't have that control right now.
Okay, how do I know who that is?
You would click on participants, and then a right bar will appear on the side, and their microphone will be moving.
Participants, okay.
Although I don't hear the background noise now.
I could probably just mute. It looks like it's okay now.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so we'll just go ahead, but thank you for that. Okay, so we covered this. The app is pretty, most people think, oh my gosh, $10 for an app. I'll tell you, it is well worth it. You buy it once and you get all the future updates. So it's really a decent investment. So I have, when I plan a shot, I have 4 things that I'm looking to do. These are the 4 steps that I came up with for helping you achieve great results. And the first one is to imagine the shots you have in your mind, whether it be a landscape or whatever, to get inspired, be more creative, come up with different photo ideas. And Photoshop will help you because it gives you the information you need with regard to the sun, the moon, Milky Way, star trails, several other items that you can look at there. I find the easiest way to get inspiration is by viewing what other photographers have done, some of their ideas and their thoughts on how they do that. There is a tab, and I'll show you later in Photo Pills, that shows you all the photographs that other photographers throughout the world, and Photo Pills has a following of over 250,000 people, where they submit their photos, and you can go through there and go, oh man, that looks cool. Now, you're not going to shoot their particular shot in Spain or something, but you can apply those same concepts to wherever you're shooting. So this is an app that's going to help you plan it. It's going to help you find the right shooting spot at the right shooting time and date of something that you imagine in your head. And I think the strong point of this app is it's going to give you the advantage of being in the right place at the right time. Whether it actually happens, there might be weather issues, but you have to show up. So the third thing is you go ahead and shoot them. Your planning's fine, but you need to show up to actually get the shot. So that showing up might be 2:30 in the morning if you have a specific shot in your mind. Also, when you're going to go out and shoot, before you go out there and you plan a shot, know your camera, your lens, and your settings well. In other words, invest the time, and Mark went through some of those things today. Know your camera, so you're not fiddling with that. You're focusing on that shot, because maybe some of these plans, that shot might be only available for a few minutes, especially if you're shooting sunsets, sunrises, Milky Ways, you have a little more latitude because it's with the exception of November when it's only available for 5 minutes to see the galactic center. Most of the time, say from March till through October, the Milky Way will be available for longer than just a few minutes. Also, the first step is processing in Lightroom. We're all shooting, well, most people are shooting in RAW, which is all the information, and most RAW files look pretty blah. So you almost always, I mean, without exception, you're going to be processing to get the look and the feel of the scene that you experienced at that time, because it's in your mind's eye, because you were there, you took a shot, you experienced it, and processing it in post will help you achieve that look that you saw. Now, recently I posted something on my Facebook page about planning, and there was one person that says, you know, that's all fine, but I'd rather just go by chance. And I said, well, you know, everybody does both ways. It's not practical to take what I'm going to teach you today and expect to plan every shot you ever take. That's just not going to happen. Typically, what I will do is if I know I'm going to go to Zion, like this picture that you see here is from Zion National Park. I might, or wherever you're going to go, I might plan 1 or 2 shots, and that's about it. And I'll have those in my mind's eye, and I'll make sure I do the plan, and I'm going to be out there ready to shoot that if it happens. In other words, if the weather cooperates, if the lighting was what I expected. So 1 or 2. The planning helps in determining the best place, date, and time to increase your chances of capturing that image that you have in your head. But that said, planning can help you get to these places, but the chance part of it, in other words, being out there and shooting, is the exciting element of surprise and discovery that makes photography fun and fresh. This is a picture from Taylor Creek that you see on the screen. And this is a purely serendipity. It was chance. I had my camera with me. We were doing this hike. We came around the corner and this thing opened up and I said, oh my God, look at that. I didn't plan this shot. This one happened by chance. We have this beautiful leading line coming up from the river, pointing right to this glowy peak, and then we have all this fall color also forming a V in there. I mean, it was meant to be shot. It wasn't planned, but I guess the point here is planning a few shots, being out there at the right time. Obviously, this shot wouldn't have happened in April because it's a fall color shot. So most people do planning in their heads without an app like this. I mean, they'll say, okay, I want to go out there and shoot Zion National Park in the fall because it'll be gorgeous. Well, it is, and it was. Or going to the Eastern Sierra in October. That's kind of intuitive planning. What we're going to get into Photoshop is with specific plans or specific shots that we might have had in mind. When I bring up the Photo Pills screen, there's 3 main menus. There's My Stuff, Pills, and Academy. My Stuff is where you're going to have your plans and maybe the settings and some other things. The Pills is where you're going to actually have these tools for calculating different things like the sun or the moon position, exposure, those sorts of things. The Academy is pretty neat in Photo Pills because you could go to that tab. So I think I can point to that. That's the one up here. And they have lots of tutorials and sharing of ideas. So it's a pretty darn complete app from a standpoint of these guys really thought out everything that you could ever want to do with this. Go this way. What I'm going to, Photo Pills is huge and it's really intimidating if you try and learn it all at once. Don't do that. So what we're going to do is, this is an intro. I'm going to pick a few of the pills to go over, not all of them. And then we're going to do some plans and I'll show you how I put those together. So the sun pill will be one we will look at. And it gives you access to all the sun information, sunrise, sunsets, blue hour, golden hour, for specific locations. Now, I'll show you when we get into that pill, how to set up the location. This happens to be in Nevada City, California for yesterday, November 6th. But this is a case where, okay, now I know when to get out there. The golden hour is going to be at 4:18. You know, if I have a specific location I wanted to be, I know now when to be out there to get that shot, or to have the chance to get that shot. We'll go over the moon pill, which is very similar to the sun, only it's going to talk about when the moon will rise, set, how big the moon is. In this case, we last night we had a waning gibbous of 66%. So now the moon, we've had our full moon, and now we're having less moon every night. Gives you the moon rise, moon times. It also will give you the galactic center information. And this time of year, you can see the galactic center is really only available for like a half hour. So if you go out there at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, saying, I'm going to see the Milky Way, it's already too late. That's the value of planning. You know ahead of time when to be out there. Another one I'm going to talk about on the pills is hyperfocal distance. And that's can be confusing to a lot of people. But basically what hyperfocal distance will give you, when we're out shooting the Milky Way, you're going to be really close to infinity on your setting. And oh, by the way, you're going to always use a manual setting versus automatic for night photography. So typically what you do is you go to infinity and then back it off. But if you're going to do landscape astrophotography, you're going to want to have something interesting in the foreground. And so knowing the hyperfocal distance is going to help you get everything in focus. So you want the maximum depth of field. Hyperfocal distance is the closest distance at which a lens can focus while keeping objects at infinity acceptably sharp, but also have items that you want to have part of your composition in the foreground also in focus. The Canon, the PhotoPills pill for this hyperfocal table, you put in your settings, the kind of camera you have. In this case, I have the Canon E6D, and I know I'm going to use a 24mm lens, and I know I'm going to be shooting at f2.8. So that tells me my hyperfocal distance is 20. I have to be 22 feet away from the nearest object in order for it to be in focus in your foreground. For it to be acceptably sharp, the rule of thumb is you get your hyperfocal distance, and it'll be unsharp half that distance. In other words, from 0 to, if my hyperfocal is 22, from 0 to 10 or 12, it's not going to be in focus. From that point on, going to infinity, it will be. So that's something, I'm not going to get into it more than that. Just be aware of it. And there's lots of information on the internet about this concept, but know that once you put your camera's information into your settings, that you can go to this table and kind of get a rule of thumb of how far or close you can be to those near objects for everything to be in focus.
Rick,
Okay.
Rick, may I jump in with a question?
Absolutely.
I am curious about this. In this little chart that you just left, is your lens focused at the hyperfocal point or at infinity?
I'm almost always at infinity, but so what I'll do is I have my particular lens that I use for astrophotography is just short of infinity, and then I tape it off so I know it's there. What I tend to do is move my body back or forward to these near objects based upon this hyperfocal information.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Douglas, I think you're supposed to focus at the hyperfocal distance.
Yes.
Okay.
So in other words, if you know it's, so let's say 60 feet out, you find a tree that's about 60 feet out, you focus on the tree and then lock it.
Yeah. And,
Okay.
and if you look at this example here, is the hyperfocal on this little chart down below with the little guy is, let's say that's 60 feet. and now on that rock. And so everything else will be in focus. But if you have this little bush in front of you that's in that foreground, that's 0 to 12 or 0, if you're using Mark's example of 60, 0 to 30, it's not going to be in focus. So you got to have to be careful in your compositions not to include real close items. I mean, there's some limits to this. If you want to, and this is really advanced, you can actually do 2 shots. You can do a shot for something that was like 3 feet from you, and then do a shot at infinity, and then you'd have to combine those in one of the post-production. I mean, it is possible to do that. I have done that, but that's not what we're talking about today. So, okay, when I bring up the planner tool, it'll have 4 interactive parts, and I'm just kind of introducing it at this point, but up here you'll be able to slide this over on the top panel to look at different kinds of information. You have the map. This happens to be my house from last night. I wanted to see where the Milky Way was going to be. Actually, this was from September, I'm sorry. And this is our apple trees, and that's my neighbor's vineyard, and these are solar panels here. So it's kind of neat, this app. You can pretty much go anywhere in the world and to get really, really close to where you want to put your red pin. Your red pin is going to be where you're going to be shooting from. So, and it has mapped, it has a time bar down here. And so you can actually grab that and slide it back and forth in time, and you'll be able to see the Milky Way swing over. So I'll show you that in a few minutes. And then the bottom options allow you to load information, like if you want to do, we're going to do a live example of Cannon Beach, and the dates when it would be in action is kind of neat, because then you can send that plan to friends or do an email them a plan or whatever. So it's kind of a neat option to have. So we'll go over that. So here's, hopefully everybody can see, this is Hungry Packer Lake. Linda and I decided to do some backpacking trips this year, knowing that we were hopefully going to get a little puppy in the future. We thought let's get some of our backpacking trips in. So when I tried to pick a location that we hadn't been before. And so what I do is I get on the internet and I start, looking at different locations. So I picked Bishop, California, and I started looking at locations there. And there's a lake 7 miles up the canyon. It's a backpacking hike of 7.5 miles, and it's called Hungry Packer Lake. And I picked it for a couple of reasons. The peaks that rise above the lake are 13,000 feet high. And so I knew at that height, when the sun was coming up, that it's going to light up those peaks first and leave everything else in relative shadow, which is pretty interesting way to shoot the Eastern Sierra. The Eastern Sierra is famous for its sunrises. And that is, the reason is because you're looking due west. And so as it rises to the east, it's going to light up the highest peaks first. So it's kind of neat. It gives you that beautiful red glow that you see on the picture on the left. So for my vision on this shot was, gosh, you know what? I wonder if the rising moon acts like the rising sun on the Eastern Sierra. In other words, would a rising moon light up the peaks first? And so I got excited about that concept, and I thought, I don't see why that wouldn't be what happened. So that obviously would be a night shot. So when I planned this, I wanted to have the peaks lit up, which you see here. Hopefully you can see my pointer. And then I wanted to have the Milky Way in this notch between these this is called Picture Peak, this one on the right. And then the reflection was an added bonus that I wasn't expecting. So that's your element of chance and surprise at that moment. And I was pretty excited when I got up and saw that. It took me 3 nights to get this shot. And it had been perfectly planned out. And as you can see, the plan worked. But the first night we got there, the wind was blowing about 40 miles an hour. And it was like 35 degrees, because this was actually in July 7th, but you're at 11,000 feet. It's cold up there. So I didn't get out of my tent the first night. And then the second night is when I shot this. And it had started when we went to bed, it was windy, and I thought, oh, it ain't gonna happen, so I'm just gonna get some sleep. And my wife got out of the tent to use the bathroom, and she came back and she says, you gotta get up, you gotta see this. So I went to my plan. I said, okay, it's around 11:30. The timing's right. I said, are you sure? She goes, get your ass out there. And I went down to the shoreline and I saw this reflection, and I just about, my mouth dropped wide open. I thought, oh man. So I ran up and got the camera, and I thought, I got to be careful because I'm so excited. If I trip, this whole thing's going to explode. Got down there, got the shot. Now, when I first shot it in landscape, I couldn't get enough of the reflection in the foreground. So what I did was I turned it, it's 24 millimeter lens, it's fixed lens. It's my smallest and lightest lens for backpacking. So that's what I was stuck with, which was fine. But I recognized I couldn't get the entire shot in I want. So I took it, and I have an L bracket on my camera and switched it to vertical. And I very carefully leveled it. And this is a 3-shot panel. So I shot it from left to right. And so I usually do about a 50% overlap. So this is actually 3 shots that are stitched together in Lightroom. So anyway.
Hey, Rick, did you have to bring up the reflection in post, or was it naturally that bright?
When I was really careful into making sure, because I use my histogram when I shoot night photography, because I need to make sure at least part of that histogram is, even the tiniest amount is to the center of the histogram. So I know I have enough light. But the answer is, yeah, I had to bring it up in post using the shadow slider and a little bit of exposure. But not that much. This really does reflect what we witnessed that night. I mean, it was just jaw-dropping. So I was really delighted to get this shot. So that's where planning really actually did work. Now this is.
I'm sorry. Can I?
Go ahead.
Sorry. Follow up on Mark's comment is like, do you have any of the shadows touching on the left-hand side of the histogram when this is set up?
Yeah, I mean, yes, of course. Night photography, it's always going to be slid toward the left, the dark shadow part. And it's just, you can overexpose them if you want. I tend not to. I try to get a correct exposure. When we do the post-production, I'll show you the histogram that I typically will get.
All right. Thank you.
And this is the plan for Hungry Packer. Even though this was shot on July 7th, the lake was not frozen. So this is from Google Maps is what PhotoPills use. And when they took this picture, it was obviously during the winter, because you can see Hungry Packer Lake is frozen solid. It really wasn't. So what this plan shows, and what I was trying to get was, you'll see these, let me get my pointer right here. You see these little white balls. That's the Milky Way. And I'll show you when I do the live demo how you can slide that around. You want the biggest ball there is what you really want to get, because that's your galactic center. That's the most bright and beautiful part of the Milky Way. And so right here, this is that big mountain I was showing you a picture peak right here to the right. And then there were some mountains here, and then there's little gaps. So I wanted the Milky Way to be right in that gap.
Hey, Rick.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm not seeing your pointer. I don't know if anybody else is.
No, I'm not either. Yeah.
I'm not either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's not gonna work, so I'll just have to talk to it, or I can bring the plan up and then we can show you that way too. I think we're gonna have enough time, so I'll bring that plan up, or we can create it, and for now, we'll just go forward. I just wanted to kind of go over the 3 of the shots that I planned, and then kind of show you what the plan typically looks like. So I'm sorry the pointer's not working. This is a shot in Goblin Valley State Park, which is in Green River, Utah, or very near it. And it's really, the picture on the left kind of shows you what it looks like during the day. There's all these, what they call goblins. Some will look like animals, some will look like mushrooms. It's really a neat place to shoot. It's also listed as an international dark sky park, which means you're not going to have any light pollution at all, and truly didn't. I mean, I could not see the hand in front of my face. That's how dark it is there. At that time, I was experimenting. This was a couple years ago. I was experimenting with using LED lights with orange gels to kind of light up the foreground. Because the only other way you'd be able to get a light foreground is through 2 exposures, one for the landscape and one for the Milky Way. And I wanted to see if I could use low-level lighting to kind of light it up. So that's what you see here. So my mind's eye was to experiment with that kind of lighting and to get the Milky Way over the goblins. Also, I like to point out this time that the Milky Way, as you see here, is more horizontal than vertical. And so that really only it's going to occur from like March through maybe May, June. As the year wears on, the Milky Way becomes more vertical. And that's not the look I wanted to get for this shot. I wanted more horizontal. So the planning showed me I needed to be there the 2nd or 3rd week of May of that year, which was 2018, and to pick a time when there would be no moon. And that's what this shot shows. So this is kind of the plan for that shot. The red pin is where I was shooting from. I had the moon. The moon was not an issue because it was a new moon. So that was not an issue. But what I wanted to do was see the position of the Milky Way in relative to where I was going to be shooting and the best time. This happened to be 2:30 a.m. in the morning. So if, that's when I talked about you can plan all you want, but you got to get out there and actually do it. So this was May 14th, 2018, 2:30 in the morning. And that's just what you have to do. So
Question.
Yeah.
Could you explain the top, the legend at the top? There's the white visibility thing and the blue galactic center thing?
Yeah, I will do that when I go live, but I'll touch on it now. On the top panel, you can slide several different things. This happens to be the visibility of the galactic center, and what they're saying is it'll be available for you to see from 11:20 p.m. to 4:30 in the morning. I picked through 2:30, which was kind of where it, based upon his planning to where it would be positioned correctly for what the shot I had in my mind. Azimuth is the relative position of where the Milky Way is relative to north being 0. And as you go from north to west, east, and south, and as you're going around, it'll go from 0 all the way up to 360 degrees. So your azimuth is exactly where it would be from a plane on Earth. Elevation is how high in the sky it'll be. The elevation on this one, when I took it, was about, I think it was like 15 to 20 degrees. And you can see it was going to be available from 4:25 a.m. and it'll be at 21 degrees, which means it's relatively low in the sky. And that time of year, it's going to be relatively low in the sky if that's the kind of shot you want, which is what I was looking for. So that kind of maybe helps a little bit. But
Rick, what's the white trace?
the I'll tell you what, I'm gonna wait until we get the live planner, because then I could do it interactively, and I think that'd be more useful. So we'll just hold off on that for now, if you don't mind. But I also wanted to point out, most people use photo pills for night photography. You should have on your screen now the Court of the Patriarchs. And if you look at the left screen, you'll see 3 peaks. And if you go to that particular shuttle stop and you follow the little trail they have for a viewpoint, this is what you're going to see. Mid-morning, it's kind of not blown out, but it's kind of two-dimensional. There's really nothing interesting about it. There's no foreground element to shoot at that particular lookout. So we saw a little service road, and I said, you know what? I'll bet you that goes down to the river. So we followed the service road, went down to the river, and we saw this amazing scene with the bridge. And I looked downstairs, got on the bridge, I looked downstream and go, holy smoke, look at those waterfalls. So we walked around down there, and I said, you know, I have a vision in my mind of a plan where we're going to shoot this with the setting sun and western sky lighting up that fall color. Plus the peaks would have some shadow, giving them some definition and interest. And that was the vision for this particular shot. So what I did here is, if you look at the one on the right, you can see the red pin, which is where I'm shooting, and there's the service road to the right there. And so if you look just a little bit up, you can see those waterfalls and the bridge. So what I was trying to do was pick the time of day. If you look down below, you see all the little red arrows. I'm sorry, the yellow arrows. It says, you know, it gives you the time. That's where the sun will be, the position of the direction of the sun that time of day. The sun set at 6:45. So my planning showed me if I was there at 5 o'clock, it would light up those, that fall color, backlight it. Plus the peaks would be in some shadow and give them some definition. So that was the plan for that. So now I'm going to get a little glass of water here. Now the part you've been waiting for is a live demo of the actual, let's get rid of this. Okay, so Keynote's going away. I am now going to bring my phone up. So give me a second to do that. Let's get that turned on. So, can everybody see on the screen my phone screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good. It should say My Stuff, Pills and Academy. Okay, so it may be a delay, but we're going to give this a try and see how it works. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to My Stuff. And My Stuff is where you're going to have your plans, a point of interest, or maybe some settings. So if you look at settings, it's has different little things that you have to input. And this is going to be specific to your preferences of things that you want to see or not see, or turn on or don't turn on. This is also where you're going to put in information on your camera. So like for the hyperfocal distance, the reason you need to put your camera in for that is because hyperfocal is based upon not only your lens you're using, but the f-stop, but also the size of your sensor. I have a Canon 6D, which it is full frame, but it's not the biggest sensor in the world. So mine is going to have a little different numbers than your specific camera. Let's go back. The other thing under plans, under My Stuff is the awards, and I'm pushing that. This is where you can get some inspiration. This is where you can see photographs taken from all over the world, people that are what they call photo pillars. You might remember Josh Cripps won the photo pillar of the year last year, and he won $6,000 cash with this. But here's where you can scan down and look at, get some inspiration, see what other people are doing, like the moon shots and the Milky Ways. And, So that's what this useful tool is. Some really nice ocean shots. Whoops, what happened there? What did I do? I did something bad. Oh, I just moved it. Never mind. Come on. Okay, here we go. So anyway, those are the awards. It's kind of funny. I'm trying to use my cursor when I should be using my phone. What I wanted to kind of show is like this ocean one. When you go to the ocean, I love shooting the ocean. And so here's some inspiration here. Anyway, that's what that's about. Or if you want to do the star trail thing. So this is kind of a nice place to start if you want to help you imagine a specific kind of picture you want to take. So that's under my stuff, as you can see. Now the pills is where all the calculations are occur. The guy that created this said, gosh, if you have something that's a pain, let me give you a pill for it. That's where photopill's name came from. So here's where you're going to find the planner, the sun, the moon, and there's lots of other things that I'm not going to cover today. I did talk a little bit about the hyperfocal table. I'll click on that. Oop, click here. So here's a case of my particular camera. If I was shooting at 15 millimeter and I was shooting at f2 for my specific cameras, sensor, the hyperfocal length at 15 millimeters is only 8 feet. So you can shoot something as close as 4 feet and still have it in focus. 4 feet, I mean, all the way going to infinity. That way you can get your foreground elements and your Milky Way all in one shot, nice and sharp. Now, you need to put in your own camera information because it's going to be different for your camera. What you can do here is you can kind of scan down and go to different, let's say you're using a 24 millimeter, you click on that and you're shooting at, say, f2, for instance. For night photography, I wouldn't shoot really above f2.8 because you're not going to be happy with the results because your ISOs will be way too high. So let's say you want to shoot at 24 millimeter at f2. As you can see, as the size of the focal length gets bigger, the distance gets farther away. So if you're shooting at, say, 15 millimeter, you can get much closer to the foreground objects than you can with a 24. If I was shooting this 24 with 31 feet of focal distance, anything that would be 15 feet or closer would be out of focus. So I'd have to make sure I compose so that they're not in the focus. Or I could also crop them out later. Anyway, that's on that one. Let's talk about the two I use the most. One is the moon. So I just put tabbed on the moon tab. And so this is tonight, or this is actually right now, 11, if you can see that. It is in Nevada City on Broad Street. It's right now, this current time, and this is what's happening. Right now we have a moon that is receding each day because it says waning versus waxing. Waxing is when the moon is actually getting brighter each night or more full. Another thing you can do here, let me bring this up. If you go down to the bottom here, calendar, you can click on that. Come on, calendar. And so here's where you can look at all the moon phases for that location for each month. You can just kind of scan through and say, okay, in November, when are we going to have a new moon? And that's going to be the 14th through the 16th. That's valuable information to have if you want to shoot the Milky Way without it being blown out by the moon. Now, my favorite times to shoot in any given month are going to be a few days before or a few days after the full moon. And the reason is if you have, like on November, this was the 11th, which is next week, we're going to have a little bit of moon. which will help light up some of the foreground elements if you're shooting the Milky Way. We typically don't shoot the Milky Way in November because you're not going to get much. You have a very short time to get the galactic center. So if I go back, oh, so on the moon. So for tonight, the galactic center, and all I did is go down, and that's this right here, will be available to see at 6:30. And then by just before 7 o'clock, it's gone. So this time of year, and it's going to be very vertical too. This time of year, November, the galactic center is, you're getting toward really the end of the season. And then you have during December, January, and February, for the most part, you'll still see the Milky Way. It's going to be there forever. I mean, every night you look, you'll see it, but you won't see the most beautiful part of it. That's why they had the galactic center. So tonight, the moon is going to rise at 10:46 here in Nevada City, and it's going to set at 12 a.m. I'm sorry, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the moon sets. So you could go out there right now and see the moon if you wanted to. Let's see what else we got here. So how do we change that location? Right now it's in Nevada City. You go up here to settings. And then if you know these fancy numbers, you can put them in there, or you can just hit on position and you can search. So I can put in, oh gosh, I don't know. Let's go to Cannon Beach. So there's Cannon Beach, Oregon came up. So all I do is accept that. And so now you say done. And so now you can see this is what's happening in Cannon Beach. It's probably not going to be much different because it's still a West Coast position, but that's how the settings. And then you go to position. And here's where you can search on where you want to know when the moon phases are going to be. Okay, so you just go into search address, you type in where you want to be. Let's say it's Cheyenne, Wyoming, which you're going to be at hopefully in 2 weeks. And that's where you put in that information. Any questions? Okay. Now, Mike, I see you're available. So if you want to chime in, Mike Oitzman, please do, because he's as or more knowledgeable as I am with these things. So if you want to correct me or add some things, please do. So we're going to go back. Another one is the sun. What I like about the sun one is this is where you're going to find out the blue hour, the golden hour, for both sunrise and sunset. So here we have the golden hour at sunset, which today in Cannon Beach is going to be 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 5 o'clock. Then you get into the blue hour. And then it tells you when it's going to be dark and when the galactic center will be available. In case of Cannon Beach, Oregon, tonight, 6:30 to 6:36. So you only, at that particular latitude, you only have 1 minute to see the galactic center, which is why we typically don't shoot in November or try to shoot the Milky Way in November. But there's some really good information in there. And then the settings is the same way in the sun as well. If you want to change your location, it's the same way.
Hey, Rick,
yeah.
Can you just briefly walk through the definitions of those evening, the terminology, you know, blue, nautical, astronomical, blue? Can you just revisit those so I know what those are?
Well, you know what? You probably know just as well as I do because I'm not an expert on it. Nighttime ends. Mike, can you chime in on that?
Well, I think it depends on the photography that you want to do. Of course, I think we all know what golden hour is, right? The time when the sun is coming down and if the light's golden. Blue hour is when the sun is down far enough that the light is now blue cast, right? And that blue hour lasts until nautical twilight. And that's when the blue light's gone and it's starting to get dark, but the stars aren't out, right? So nautical twilight is a time for, mariners at a point when the stars are going to begin to appear. And then astronomical twilight is when there's no more influence from the sun, and now the stars are out. So one of the things about looking at this, when you want to see where the galactic center is and where astronomical twilight is, sometimes the galactic center will be up before astronomical twilight starts, and really that's also telling you that it's not going to be dark enough for you to capture, and that happens in springtime and earlier in the year. But you're really trying to, it depends on what you want to photograph, and obviously if you're interested in the Milky Way, you want to find a time that astronomical visibility, galactic center visibility, is after astronomical twilight, which means it's absolutely dark. The stars are out, the planets are out. You can now have a sky filled with stars and planets and moon and whatever else you want to take a picture of.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. You saved my butt.
I'll say one more thing. If you have an iPhone now and you upgrade to iOS 14, PhotoPills has some excellent widgets that you can put up on your main screen, and it'll actually have a widget for the sun, a widget for the moon, or a widget for all of that. And so you can, at a glance, you don't even have to go into PhotoPills. It puts it right up on your opening screen, and you can just see what's happening that night in terms of all of these timelines if you're going out to photograph at sunset or in the evening.
Thank you for that. I did see the notice on the new widgets. I just haven't installed them yet. So that's a really good thought. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the planner now. And let's just do a plan from scratch real quick. We're at 11:30 and we're going to go till noon. And I would like to do at least one post-production very quickly, so you kind of see what some of my tricks are. I'm not an expert on it. When we do the post, that's just how I do it. Anyway, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go down to the load button. And then we're gonna go to search address. And so we're gonna go to Cannon Beach. And there it is, I'm hitting that. So, so now it's moved us to the beach. And the time it has right now is, or the date is 7/7. We can use that because we have a pretty good Milky Way in July. So we'll just use that date. But if we wanted to, we can change that date. So all I did was I went to the date tab down below. And so here's where you can change the date. So if we wanted to, when were you there, Rachel? Was that in September?
That was the first week in October.
Okay, so that's what we'll do then. I'm going to change it to that. I don't know if you guys have seen her photos on her Facebook page, but they're amazing. Of this rock. Okay, so I'm going to change it to October 7th. And so now you can see that it's changed to October 7th, and this happens to be 11:30. So what I really want to do first is I'm grabbing, you can't see this, but I'm grabbing the screen with my my finger and my thumb and making them closer. Because there's an incredible rock there that sticks out, and I'm going to try and find that rock. So this is, kind of real time how I try and do these. There it is. It's called Haystack Rock. You can see it. So I'm going to move my pen right on the beach there. So all I did was put my finger on that spot on the beach and it moved the red pin. The red pin is where I'm shooting from. So what I did was I picked a spot north of Haystack Rock on the beach, and I want to get the rock into the picture with the Milky Way in the background. That's kind of what I'm going for here. So what I'm going to do now is move my finger to this little timeline, and I'm going to move it back and forth. And so you see those white dots. That's the Milky Way, and the biggest one is the galactic center. So what I'm doing is I'm just kind of moving time. And so I'm going, okay, you know what? Right there, it looks pretty good. Because what it says is, okay, I look down here and it says, okay, at 9 o'clock, 9:08 on that date, that Milky Way will be right over that rock.
Hey, Rick,
So yeah.
I'm following along on my phone, but I'm not seeing the little blue, light blue circles and the white.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about that. Good point. Thank you very much. On the map here, see this little guy? It looks like little pieces of paper. That's the layers. And so I push into layers, it brings up this. So here's where you can select what you want to look at or don't look at. We're shooting during the middle of we're shooting in the evening, so the sun really doesn't matter. So you can see it's grayed out. So what we have here is the moon path. Is lit up right here, and the Milky Way is lit up. Now, if you don't want to do the moon path, you can click here. And you could just do light direction or standard. I happen to like the path because you can, when you're moving that timeline, you can see where it's going to be right where you want it to be, which in this case was right over that rock. So what this tells me, if I'm standing there at that red pin on that beach, right at that point, and for reference, you could kind of open it up and come over and look at, okay, it looks like I'm near Forest Lawn Road there. But you know, move around, move your pin around and see how it changes. Because maybe the composition you want is perhaps with the Milky Way more over here. Now you can see how it fades away. That's because it's still too early when Mike talked about it being dark enough to see the Milky Way. When you get to that point, between this gray line and this dark gray line, that's when you're going to definitely get a nice dark sky. Now, that said, now this particular location, I happen to know that these city lights are going to light up that rock just because there's so much light there. So that rock will be lit up pretty well. So you don't really need, you can bring in some artificial lighting to light it up. But you mean on this particular location, you probably wouldn't because you have a lot of ambient light from here hitting that rock. So anyway, that's how, when we talk about the planner, I'm going to go up here and look at these a little bit. So you have all this information available for you, and all I'm doing is taking my finger and swiping it. This tells you for, oh, there we go. This gives you the sun and the moon. It gives you the shadow stuff. I'm not going to get into that particular one. Now, here's where we have the black. You can put in a black pin. So what that allows me to do, let's say I wanted to know when that Milky Way, let's get that in there. Where's my black pin? Is. Oh. Okay, there's my black pin. So if I wanted to have it right over that rock, that would kind of tell me when I could expect to see that Milky Way right over that particular spot. But maybe I just want to move the black pin over there. And all that does is gives you kind of a line that you can see when you're moving your timeline down here below. So what I'm doing there is moving this guy here, just by scanning it back and forth with my finger, so I can kind of see what time is doing. So there's when you move, Milky Way is available at that particular point, it wouldn't work because you can see it's faded out. It's not dark enough.
And
So-
Rick, the black pin also provides altitude,
does.
elevation as well. So I used that when I was trying to find Neowise and know that Neowise was going to be in the sky at a given location. You could put that on a crest of a mountain or a saddle of a something and try to see what's the elevation between yourself and that black point, the black dot, and then know where your thing is going to be in the sky, for example.
Yeah, that's a good point. And here it says the moon height 555 feet from black pin. So yeah, it gives you all kinds of really cool information. The sun and the moon, the azimuth, the elevation. And I'm just going, and you can just kind of go through these and see which ones are useful for you. It tells you the sun and moon positions. Oops. This one tells you when it's going to be dark, which is kind of nice to know.
Hey, Rick, the graph that's below the image, is that the elevation above the horizon for the moon?
Graph of the image. You mean this?
Yeah.
No, that's a timeline. That tells you that's daylight now, and there's your golden hour. There's your blue hour.
No, I
and
got
then
that, but the degrees that are on the left edge, that's degrees above the horizon for what?
the moon.
The moon, okay.
Yeah, the blue is always the moon. So if I go over here, it's going to be oh, I don't have the sun turned on. So if I wanted to turn on the sun, I go back to the layers. And then I would click to turn the sun on, and then you would be able to see that information as well.
Okay. How are you getting the Milky Way elevation above horizon?
Milky Way elevation above horizon. Oh, with the black pin.
Okay.
Let me go back to that.
Okay, so you can't get that on the bottom graph. You have to put a black pin in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can take it off too. So you just click on that and it goes off. But now you can see down below it has, because I turned on the sun, it has the sun information as well.
Hmm.
The sun is going to be the yellow and the blue is going to be the moon.
Got it.
And shows you direction. So you can do all kinds of interesting things. And again, the layers here is where you turn stuff on and off. I have the sun light direction on at this point. But then you could go to standard. Also, what you can do on these maps is have different kinds of looks. Like right now it's on hybrid. It's going to take some time to bring the terrain one. So this is a different look. It's really up to whatever you want to see.
Rick, to answer the question about the elevation for the Milky
Yeah.
Way, go back to that last screen, to the planner screen, and then swipe along the top. You've got the black red pin thing. Swipe that banner to show the visibility of the galactic center, and then it'll tell you. I forget where that's found. Is it one? It should be there. So there's the elevation, 8 degrees, and 22, and it gives you the azimuth from the orange pin and the actual elevation above the horizon.
Right. So anyway, I just wanted to do one live plan so you could kind of just see how it's done. Again, if you know where you want to go, you would pick the load, and then you could put in or if you already have a plan in place, you can hit plan. So, so you can save these plans. So here's Hungry Packer plan right here. So all I would have to do is select that one. There's Hungry Packer Lake. And then when you go down here to save, so I can save that plan. I can overwrite the existing plan, or, the point is you can save your plan and then you go down to action. And here's where you can copy it, save it, or send it to somebody. So this is where you would do that. So that's about as much detail as I wanted to get into today, because you can get overwhelmed really quickly. The only thing I was trying to do, and I'm certainly not an expert, I probably even Mike could have easily done or exceeded this class. But it's a matter of taking the time to invest in the time in doing this. And here's where you want to look. I only went over a few of these, but there's lots of other things that you can look at. Focal length, subject distance, time lapse, and that helps us set up a time lapse. But you just don't have enough time to get into all this today. So I just wanted to show you how I go about planning, and then just show a really brief, quick one of the planner. So I have enough time to show how I post-process my images. So I'm going to go ahead and open up Lightroom. So if you want to go use a restroom or get some water, it'll take a few minutes for this to load. Let you know that. Come on. Oh, come on, don't be a brat. Oh, what the heck are you doing there? Oh, here we are. Okay, so I'm gonna open up Lightroom, and I'm gonna get rid of this.
I just want to say how fascinating all this is. Thank you for sharing, Rick.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me know when you can see an image on my Lightroom screen. It should be the image of the goblins.
Got it.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're there.
Okay, cool. So, this is what the goblins look like when I shot it. And if you can see up here, this is the histogram, and you're right, Rachel, it's definitely toward the dark. I typically have presets, and I always preset my exposure to one stop dark. So the first thing I would do is kind of open this up. Let's go. So as shot. So that's exposure I got. And like I said, I like to have a little bit of the exposure creeping to the middle part. There's a couple ways you can increase exposure. Right now I can grab this and just move it over. So there's lots of ways to do this. One of the first things I like to do is with my sky is to correct the color. I like neutral colors in my sky. Some people like to go more toward blue or, magenta. I tend to like the more natural looks. So all I did there was increase the size of my screen. What you're looking at here is an airplane that went by or a satellite that went by. You can easily fix that by going up to the heal tool up here and just raking it across and say, bye-bye, clink. And this is also a time when I want to kind of look at my sky color. So what I'm going to do is go to the galactic center here, and I'm looking at the noise. I'm looking at any fringing, like this purple fringing. One way that I do is I take the vibrance slider and I take the saturation slider and I go all the way to 100%. And I know that looks gaudy, but it's going to help you set the colors the way you want. So what I try to do is I'll get up here the temperature and tint, and I'm going to kind of go back and forth. That's really orange. That's really blue. I kind of want something more neutral. Maybe I'll go there and do the same thing with the tint. Right, this is really green and this is really magenta. So I'm looking for something kind of like that. So I'm going to start with that. I'm going to bring my vibrance and my saturation back to 0 where they belong. And how did I? Let me edit, undo saturation. I went too far. I need to be 0, not 100, minus 100. Okay, so we're going to go back to fit. So that's just kind of a starting point. I'm looking at it now, and it still seems like a little bit too much. I'm going to go a little more blue, a little more pleasing color, maybe a little less green. So the saturation vibrance at 100% was just to help you kind of visualize it. And then you have to go by what your eye sees and what it likes. And this is what's on my screen. So your screen, it may look a little different. So I'm going to go to what's pleasing for me. The second thing I do is I'm going to go to 3:1 again. Now I'm looking at the noise and some of the color fringing. It's not horrible, but what I'm going to do is go down to my detail slot, and I'm going to go to luminance. I usually put that up around 15%, because you can, if you overdo luminance, then you don't have a nice crisp Milky Way. It'll be really soft. So 15 on the noise reduction is typically what I do. Now we can see there's some coloring going on here that I'm not particularly happy about, that I don't want to neutralize. So I go to my color slider here and I go all the way to the right to 100%. So that's going to get rid of that color. Now for sharpening the stars, to sharpen the stars without sharpening the noise, what you do is you go to the sharpening tab here, you go to mask, and on my Mac, I'm going to use a hold down Option. I'm going to move that mask over. And so what this is going to do is help me determine what is sharpened and what isn't. So my goal is to sharpen the stars, but not sharpen the noise. So I'm starting at 100, now I'm starting to back off and say, okay, I'm starting to see a little bit of noise, but I don't want to also not sharpen the distant stars. I'm thinking right there is about right. Take my sharpening. Now you have to be careful with this too. So I'm going to go up to 4:1 and get a nice bright star like that one. And I'm going to start sharpening. Now if it starts looking kind of funky like that, I may even have to go to 8:1. There we go. You can see how it looks kind of funky. That's sharpened too much. So what I'm going to do is back off to get a happy medium. Maybe about like that. So now we're going back to, so in this case, what I did, the only thing I sharpened was the stars themselves. I have a pretty good sharp foreground, so I'm not going to worry about that. So now I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, you know, some of that LED lighting I put on those rocks is a bit bright. So I think I'm going to calm that down. The way to do that without affecting the entire image is to go to your HSL panel and make sure you have luminance lit up. Take that orange slider and then go down. You can see how it's getting darker. So I'm only affecting that orange in those rocks. So you find something that might be a little more pleasing and maybe not a little bit too overdone like that. And here's a point where if you thought those rocks were a little too orange, hit saturation tab and hit orange and maybe calm it down just a bit. It's personal taste, but this is where you would do something like that. Okay. So you can see I haven't really done a heck of a lot with these. Let me put this to 0. The exposure, here's where you could start playing with exposures. Typically on Milky Ways, I want to use the white to kind of brighten it up a little bit, which you can see now it's starting to do. 30 to 40 is about right. I don't really have any shadows. I don't have any shadows I want to worry about at this point, so I leave that there. Now, these have been global kind of changes. Now what I'm going to do is this is kind of one of the tricks that I use to brighten my Milky Way, is I'm going to select only for the Milky Way. Now, again, this is Lightroom. Photoshop has much better selection tools, but this Lightroom is probably a better option for people that are. And so I grabbed this tool here, which is an oval tool. And so what I'm going to do is I really only want to highlight or make changes to the Milky Way. Oops, let me bring that down. I'm going to bring this in a little bit. And so what I did was highlight pretty much the Milky Way itself. So what I would like to do here, and I have all these controls available to make changes, which is kind of cool. So when I try to increase the brightness of the Milky Way, I like to use the white tab and bring it to the right. And find something that you think is pleasing, but yet realistic and believable. And then in order to get a little more detail of the shadowed areas, I take the highlight and I bring it down, and that darkens it. And you say, well, you darkened it too much. Here's where you can bring your exposure up a little bit. So you're kind of just playing with these. So I'm bringing that exposure up almost to a full stop. And then to give a little more definition, you might hit the dehaze, maybe a little contrast, and that kind of makes it pop a little bit. Another tool to make your Milky Ways pop, but this can be overused, to be very careful with, is clarity at maybe 15% will help make that Milky Way pop. So I'm going to turn that one off. And then I'm going to go to View, Before and After, and so you can have a look at it. So here's the case where we had a reasonably exposed Milky Way to begin with, but we wanted to highlight and maybe brighten some of the areas to give it a little more of a little more interest, a little more pop, pizzazz, however you want to call it. So anyway, this is kind of my approach to it. The only other tool I might use is this tone curve, and you want to kind of make an S curve. So you bring this one up and this another point down, and that gives it a lot more contrast. Maybe that's a look you might like. In this case, it did work. It was successful. So are there any questions?
How do you make the darks lighter?
Darks lighter.
The
Like,
bottom right.
oh,
Bottom
here?
right-hand side.
Oh, yeah. What I would do is I'd grab this tool here, which looks like a little or square, and you're going to drag it up. So you're only going to affect maybe that much. And then you just use normal exposure. Here's where you might want to bring your shadows up. So I brought it a little brighter. Exposures, whites. But you're also affecting this and brightening that, maybe more than what I would want. Another way to do it is to use another tool. I'm going to undo that one. This one's the tool all the way to the selection tool all the way to the right here. You click on that. And so now you can kind of paint in what you want to have impacted. Let's bring the size down. Let's say you want these rocks specifically to be impacted, and maybe even in here a little bit. So here's, now I bring my exposure up. So it impacts them a little bit, the whites, the shadows. So you have a little more definition now in that area.
Thank you.
Like, it's personal preference. So in this case, also might want to, here's the crop tool. So here's where you can kind of just define what you want to see or don't see in the foreground. I'd like to focus more on the Milky Way, so I'd probably crop it something like this. And it's going to bring it forward now. Bingo. So we started with that and ended up with that. So you know, and the beauty of Lightroom, if you think you overdid it a little bit like this, you can always change it, or you can go back to your history here. So these are all the changes I made from the point of importing it. You could go all the way back to the beginning. And now that's exactly, or you could just pick spots along the way that maybe, or just, you can also, you know, get rid of some of these steps too. Or you can just go in there, like if you think that's too bright, I knew we used this tool here, so I can go in there like that. And so you can go back and change it. Maybe that's bright enough, or maybe the contrast is too high, you could bring it down a bit. Anyway, it's just an example. But I think the key, when you see people that have Milky Ways that are kind of washed out in relationship to the entire composition, using a selection tool that only selects for the Milky Way and making your changes there is the way to do that. This is in Lightroom specific. If I was to do this editing in Photoshop, I'd use completely different tools. Photoshop has the ability to do more finite selections. They can do selection based upon luminosity. We did a little bit about that here, but not quite as detailed. So after you've, you can also just make some basic changes in Lightroom, and then you could import it from right from here. You could import it to directly to, let's see, where is it? It's here somewhere. Anyway, you can edit in Photoshop. So I could take this image and then move it right here to Photoshop if I wanted to, and make some additional edits there. So anyway, that is in a nutshell how I do that. Skip this time, cancel. Let's see, turn screen share, stop share. So anyway, that's what I have for today. And if there's any questions, I certainly can answer them, but we're running right at 12 o'clock. So how's that?
Nicely done, Rick.
Great job.
Love it, Rick.
Thank you, Rick.
Excellent.
Thanks, Rick. That's great.
Yeah, good job, Rick.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you
job,
very
Rick.
much. That was terrific. I'm going to do that.
I'm glad this is recorded too, so I can go back through it.
Well, and you know, and the same offer that Mark had is if people want to email or call me, I'm certainly do that. But now that I have Rachel on, I want to introduce that we're going to take a lunch break now, and Rachel will be back at 1 o'clock to teach you all the basics of Lightroom. And I would recommend you attend that class. So
Well.
anyway, we'll see you back in an hour.
Okay.
Thank you, Rick.
See you there.
Yeah.
Bye.
Can I ask you one question before you go?
Yes.
Just one more time on photo pills, because this has still bugging me, is let's do the Cannon Beach. I want to go, or pick, let's say San Diego. I want to go to San Diego, do a night shot on the beach.
Mhm.
I start in my planner, and it's
Mhm.
how do I find San Diego or any location? That's what's given me hits.
You have your photo pills up right now.
Yep, I've got pills on my phone.
At the bottom panel, you'll see load.
Load.
Push
Load.
that.
Ah,
And then it says search address. That's where you can put in the location.
load is not intuitive for me. Got it.
Yeah, it's not. It should say, where do you want to go?
Yeah. Go to or something like that. Okay. All right, I'm gonna write that down. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Okay, bye.
I think you did a fantastic job. That was very complicated.
Thank you very much. And that's just scratching the surface. As you can see, everybody has different knowledge levels. Mike Aeschliman is an excellent resource. He knows this better than I do. But what I want to do is just kind of an introduction, just so people can see how powerful the tool is for planning. And you can save the plan, email it, share it, whatever. But yeah, well, thank you. I use whenever I go out and go out at night, even during the day, I look at that sun pill and I'm going to know when the blue hour is and when the best time to shoot in the morning and in the evening at a specific location during a very specific date. That's the power of it, I think. So anyway, you're welcome.
So welcome, everybody. You are in room 1 of the workshop today. And this class, it starts at 1 o'clock from 1 to 2:30 is Lightroom 101. So this is intended for folks who are newer to Lightroom, but also if you've been a longtime user, this would be a great place to get your questions answered. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to go into a PowerPoint presentation. So bear with me here while I do that. You guys over there, let me get these things organized. All right. Here we go. Slideshow. Okay, can everybody see the Lightroom 101?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Panel that says Zoom has quit.
No, you're still here. Everything that you're showing is fine.
Okay, good. How weird is that? Okay. All right. So I said this is Lightroom 101. A little bit of background. I'm a longtime user of Lightroom since the very, very first version 1 came out in 2007. I've used every version since. Doesn't mean I'm an expert though, because the learning curve never stops with any of the Adobe products. So there will be things that you guys may know that I don't, so feel free to share those things. I'll leave it up to you guys if you want to be muted or not. And so I do want you to ask questions, so please don't hesitate to do that. But if
Rachel, I will mute from my end though, if you're doing something that's distracting for all of us. And then you'll have to unmute yourself once you realize you've been muted.
Okay. If you do have technical issues, know that there is a recording that will be made available. Kathy will send out a link to that in the next week or so. So hopefully everything's gone, knock on wood, smoothly so far. So hopefully that will continue. All right. So for today, what is Lightroom, right? And then we'll talk about what it is, what it's not, go through basic workflow. And then again, this presentation today is how I use Lightroom. Doesn't mean it's the only way, doesn't mean it's even necessarily the best way, but it's what I do in terms of importing, developing, organizing, and exporting my images. And you have available to you, I don't know if you downloaded it, there was attached to Kathy's email with the links to today's workshops. There's an Adobe shortcut key. It's huge. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shortcuts you can use with Lightroom. They have shortcuts for Photoshop as well. That is available to you if you ever want to download it and print it off. Through today, though, I'll give you in the PowerPoint and I'll talk about the shortcut keys that I actually do use, which is maybe 10 to 15 of them that I use on a regular basis. Okay. What else do you need to know? I'm on a PC. So Windows-based machine. So if you have questions and you're on a Mac, I may ask another Mac user to help you, but I'm working from a PC. All right, here we go. All right, let's start with what is Lightroom? And what it is a raw editor. A raw is a type of image file that has not been processed. And Lightroom is an editor for that type of file. It's not the only one, but it's probably the most commonly used. And it's also non-destructive, and we'll talk a lot about that in just a minute, meaning it does not ever damage your images, so you don't have to worry when you're in Lightroom. The second bullet's really important, and I will say it drove my sister nuts. Lightroom is a database. Your pictures are not in Lightroom. Lightroom is a database that lies over your images, so to speak. It's like a catalog. And it only knows what you tell it. It only knows where the images are that you tell them that exist. So it's a database, not a file storage system. And then what I use it for, what most people use it for, file management, moving photos, importing them, moving them around, organizing them, and for basic processing. But honestly, I use Lightroom probably 90 to 95% of the time as compared to Photoshop. It is known as an industry standard. There are competitors, and some of you may be using those. Capture One Pro, Skylum Luminar, On One. Anybody use those? You speak?
Yes.
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 Luminar.
You use Luminar? Okay. So yes, there are competitors, and I understand some of them are quite good, but Lightroom is probably the most commonly used. Now, it got really confusing with Lightroom. It was pretty easy. There was only one Lightroom from 2007 to what, a couple of years ago, and Adobe made the decision to create 2 versions of Lightroom, and it was totally confusing because the names are so similar and the products are so similar. So today, there are still 2. There's Lightroom, Adobe Photoshop Lightroom Classic, which has the icon LRC. That's the full featured desktop version that is like the old CD version that we used from the beginning. Adobe created a second version, which is web-based, and they called that one Lightroom. You know, and it's cloud-based. Could they not have done the names Lightroom Desktop and Lightroom Cloud? That would have been way easier to understand, but they didn't. They used the same name, Lightroom, in both cases. But today, what I'm on is the Lightroom Classic desktop version. All right, so what's the difference between the 2? It's subtle, but there is a difference. So now I get both of them. You may also, I'm on the monthly Adobe photography plan, $9.99 a month, and you get Lightroom Classic, you get Lightroom, and I get Photoshop. So you have both of those if you're on the monthly plan. You have both of these apps. So Lightroom Classic is the old desktop version. That's where I prefer to do my photography. But if you're very much a web-based person and move between your desktop, mobile, and the web, you may prefer to work in the cloud-based Lightroom. That's up to you, your call. Where do the programs store your files? If you're on the desktop, they're stored on a local hard drive. So I'm here at my desk. I've got, I don't know, 6 or 7 external hard drives underneath here. That's where all my images are stored before they're sent up to the web. But if you're in the web-based version of Lightroom, everything's up in the cloud, and you get, I think, 20 gigs. Somebody, I think Kathy's on the web, uses the web storage that's available to you.
Rachel?
Yeah.
I have a question. I think on the slide right before this, LRC was the classic.
Oh my goodness.
With the cloud, and I'm just trying to make sure I'm not confusing them.
Thank you so much. Bonus points to you. She's absolutely correct. I flipped the icon. LRC is the classic.
Okay.
C for classic. I drug the icons. I moved them around and didn't catch that. So thank you very much. So folks, just make note. If it has a C in it, it's the classic desktop version, which is what I'm using.
Yeah, I was thinking it could have been cloud, but then I thought, I don't know, maybe I'm confused here.
Exactly. It's totally confusing. LRC is the classic one. So please ignore the little squares icons at the top of the table. They should be reversed. So the left-hand column is the desktop version. So you work off your desktop, images are stored on your local hard drive. It has the most comprehensive feature set. So I go into Lightroom, the second column, the web-based version, and the features are similar, but not all the same features are there. I call it kind of Lightroom Light. Okay. For what I need to do with Lightroom, it does not have enough features for me. In terms of organization, in the classic version, desktop version, you have to put in your keywords manually, whereas the cloud version, it can assign them for you if you wish it to. Okay, Lightroom Mobile, this is a big one. If you have your phone, I have Lightroom Mobile on your phone, and you can do a tremendous amount of processing with your iPhone and then using Lightroom Mobile to process them. It's really very full featured and does a fantastic job. I did a lot of this on our Oregon trip last month. But only the web version connects to your phone. So if you want to get images from your phone to the desktop, you do it through the web-based version. And I can talk about that in detail. That's confusing, I think, as well. The last big one between the two is the desktop version. You can do slideshows, you can make a book, it's got maps, you can print. You don't have those features in the cloud-based Lightroom. So, see if I do this as a summary. The left-hand column, desktop, is the classic PC, Mac-based Lightroom app, full-featured, most number of features, lots of options of things you can do. The cloud-based lets you store things in the cloud, manipulate images throughout the cloud, but has fewer functionality. Okay. Everybody okay so far? Okay. So now Lightroom versus Photoshop. Why wouldn't I just go into Photoshop? It can do a lot more than Lightroom. It can do 1,000 times more than Lightroom. Well, there's some key differences here between the two. Of the two, Lightroom's easier to learn. I'm not going to say it's easy. There is a learning curve with it, but it's easier than Photoshop. They both handle raw files, no problem there. The third row, non-destructive edits. With Lightroom, I can take an image. I can do 100 steps. I can do whatever I want to that image. Lightroom never touches the original file. So no matter what, I never have to worry about those original images. If I take an image into Photoshop, you can kill it. I've done it. You can permanently damage a file. When you're in Photoshop, it gives you a history of every step you have made to a particular image. But once you close the image, that history goes away.
Rachel?
Yeah.
You know, in Lightroom, we can have a collection, have an image in a collection.
Yep.
Then we have the image. We can also go up and see the image in the hard drive file.
Right, correct.
You can edit that hard drive file image. Does that not change the hard drive file?
It changes how you see it. Well, so what it's doing is changing how you see it. So say you take an image, you make 5 changes to it. You now see it on your computer with those changes applied.
Yes, but if I now go out and directly to the file manager and look at that file on the hard drive direct,
you won't
will
see
I
it.
see those changes, or is it still the original image?
You will see the original image in like File Explorer. So what you have to do is export it, which I'm going to do a demo of. You'll export it. Lightroom then will apply whatever changes you made to that image and make a separate new file with those changes.
Yes, I understand that part, but you answered my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. So where are we? Let's see. Non-destructive edits, as he's asking. That's a big deal right here. Do anything you want, you will never damage your original image. Syncing across images. So I use this feature a lot. When I travel, you've gone somewhere or even to a birthday party, you have a group of images that are similar. Thanksgiving Day, people around the Thanksgiving table, children at play. You can edit the very first image and then copy those edits across a series of pictures. Makes it very fast editing. Once you get the lighting right and the color and the tone or whatever you want to do to it, you can just copy that across the rest of the images in that series. Let's see, records and saves all edits. I mentioned that. Every step will show. Even if you leave Lightroom and come back a month later, you'll be able to see the steps that you took on any one image. Not true with Photoshop. So now, the last 3 here. Why do I go into Photoshop? Higher level editing. So let's say you do a family group shot at Thanksgiving. Somebody's got their eyes closed, right? Somebody's always got their eyes closed. I can take another image where the person's eyes are open, cut and paste and put those eyeballs back on. I do that in Photoshop. So skin tone, pasting on eyeballs, pasting on whole heads sometimes, pasting myself into the picture, into a group shot that's taken on a time lapse because I'm the photographer. Layers, compositing. When you see the beautiful work that Kathy Triolo does, where she does the fantastical putting Mark Triolo as a pirate. I don't know if you saw that one this week on the Facebook. Those complicated combination and combining and compositing of images is typically done in Photoshop. Okay, much higher level edits. And the last one, removing objects. If I want to remove something distracting in the background, I've got a chunk of a building in the corner of an image that I don't want anymore, I go into Photoshop. It does a much better job of removing objects and cloning things out that you don't want. Okay, everybody okay? So that's why I spend most of my time in Lightroom and only go to Photoshop when I need to for something much more complicated.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Where do you find the history of your moves in Lightroom?
They're in the develop module, and I'm going to show that to you in just a minute, in the lower left-hand corner of the develop module.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So what I'm going to do, I would prefer to stay in PowerPoint, but I can only have in Zoom, we discovered this when we practiced this week, I can only show you one window at a time. I can't show you both the PowerPoint with the notes and Lightroom. So what I'm going to do is, in a couple of slides, I'm going to leave this PowerPoint with the notes on it and go into Lightroom and actually work actively in Lightroom so you guys can see what I'm doing. But before I go into Lightroom, I just want to show you some of the areas of the screen, especially if you're new to Lightroom and never used it. So this is just a picture of the Lightroom interface. On the upper left, you have File, Edit, Library, Photo, typical controls. On the upper right, though, these are what Lightroom calls the modules. It says Library, Develop, Map, Books, Slideshow, Print, and Web. So today, I'm only going to work in Library and Develop. That's where I spend 98% of my time. And honestly, I don't know many people that use the rest of these: Map, Book, Slideshow, Print, and Web. I will use Print, take that back, because I found there are other applications that do a better job than Lightroom. Just being honest. You may disagree. I'm totally okay with that. And so the way Lightroom works is right now, library, it's in the library mode. There is a left panel and a right panel. Those two panels change depending on which module you're in. So if I go from library to develop, then develop to map, the left and right panels change to go with the module that you're in. Then on the bottom, there's two areas you need to know about. One's the toolbar right here. And then the very bottom, which is dark for the moment, because this is just a picture, that's the film strip where you can choose to see your images if you want to, but you don't have to. Okay, everybody okay so far? Okay, so here's my workflow. Working from left to right. First thing I do is import from a card or camera, which I'm going to do for you in just a minute. I then go through and identify my favorites. I don't process every single image. So I go through and cull and decide which ones I want to work on. I then, it's called make a collection or a subset of just my favorite images. I then process them in Lightroom and then export the copy with those edits made.
Quick question.
Sure.
How do you buy your favorites? Like for me, I do like 2 stars, and then my final ones are 5 stars. How do you do it?
Oh, actually, we're gonna do that. So hang on, that's a perfect question. Okay, this is going to be my last one before I go into Lightroom. So of these 5 steps, the first 3, importing, identifying favorites, and making a collection, are done in the library panel. Library module would be the right word. So that's where we're going to start. Okay, everybody okay so far? Yeah. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay, now I'm going to share my screen again.
Rachel, you said you import them directly into Lightroom instead
Yes.
of like putting them in a folder and then importing them from the folder into Lightroom.
You can
Is there an
do,
advantage?
you could do it either way. You can do it either
Okay.
way. And I can show you both ways. I've lost you guys though. Hang on here.
Because wouldn't you keep the original if you put it into the folder? You'd always have the original in the
Right.
folder if it was a raw file, right?
Exactly. So hold that question and let me, because I'm getting ready to do just exactly that.
Oh, okay.
But before I do that, before I import, so can everybody see my Lightroom screen?
Yes.
So this is just a few images, just to keep it fast. It's a few images from my trip to Oregon last month. And on the upper right here, we're in the module, which is library. And so on the left, you have what I think of as File Explorer. This is all the images and where they are that this Lightroom catalog knows about. Okay. In the very, very tippy top left corner, it says, I'm sure you can't read this. I can barely read it. I have an NCCC Lightroom workshop. That's the name of the catalog that I am in. So I have made a catalog and all it has in it is the images for today's workshop. So that's all this particular Lightroom catalog can see. I have many other images, but they're in a different catalog. So I'm in the catalog for today. When I look down here on the left, there is I've imported a folder that says NCC Workshop. And below that, I have a folder that says Finals, which are my processed images, but that's where I'm going to start today.
Quick question, I hope.
Sure.
When you're doing importing, does Lightroom check to see if you've already imported it to prevent
It does.
duplicates?
It does. And let's just do that now. So I'm going to import. What I have is I have a card, some images, and I put it into my card reader on my desktop. I'm in the library panel and I say import on this lower left-hand corner. I say import. I say import. Oh, don't do this to me. See the big red hourglass?
I know what that means.
I do too. I've had a lot of problems with Lightroom here.
I've had that
Well,
also.
at least it's not
You
the
have two?
spinning wheel. Yeah.
Oh, it's working. Yay. Okay. So it's opened up a new panel. This is the import dialog box. And this is going to ask me, where are the photos that you want to import? What do you want to do with them? And where do you want me to put them? So along the top, there are options that say, of course, the zoom thing, there it is, copy as DNG, which is digital negative. I can just copy the images. I can move them, or I can add them, leave them alone and just add them to this catalog. So what I want to do today is I want to copy new images. From the left-hand side, it says camera or card reader, and I click that and in they come. These are the images that are on the SD card. So they're coming from the card reader. I want to copy them up top, and now down this right-hand side, working top to bottom. Do you want to build a preview? Other experts in Lightroom have suggested embedded and sidecar, which allows a fairly quick rendering of the images when you're in the library, but it's not a one-to-one full file size. And this has worked fine for me. So I use embedded and sidecar. You've got build smart previews, which means, do you want to be able to work on the images even if you're not at your desk or connected to the hard drive? Which I don't ever do that. So I unclick that one. Here's the one he just asked about. Don't import suspected duplicates. So see, when I check that, Lightroom grays out all the images and says, you've already imported these before, which I have because I practiced for this class. But for today's purposes, I'm going to uncheck that. And so Lightroom says, okay, okay, okay. I'm going to import all of these images that are checked. Everybody okay so far?
No, Rachel, you're reading these questions, but where are you seeing them? I don't see them on the screen.
Oh, they're right. Can you see the big red arrow on the right-hand side? Build smart previews.
No, the big red arrow on the right-hand side.
You have to close Rachel's picture.
Oh.
Because at least on my screen, your picture is covering that top part up, but.
Oh, because you're on one, I have two monitors, so mine don't overlap. So I see.
Okay, thanks. That's a great tip.
Oh, good. Anybody else? Oh, okay. So now can you see on that down that right-hand side? Okay, just nodding. All right. So I'm working top to bottom, embedded in Sidecar. I choose not to build smart previews, don't need them. If I think maybe I've imported these before, I will definitely click don't import suspected duplicates. So Lightroom does go through and just double check that they aren't already there. I don't want to make a second copy. I have another backup scheme. I don't want to add them to a collection right now. So now you have a lot of renaming options. I never rename them when I bring them in. You could, if you shoot weddings and you wanted to rename all the images, you know, Jane and John's wedding or trip to Oregon, you could do that if you wanted to. Apply during import. I do this. What I have is I have my name put in as a copyright on every single image as part of the metadata. So if you want to do that, there's a little click down arrow. You can go in and edit a preset to put your name as the photographer on every photo automatically. I don't have to do anything. What else? Let's see. Then the big one is, where do you want to put them? So what this is seeing down this right-hand side, these are all my external hard drives. I have a lot of them because I have a lot of images. I have about 7 terabytes of images here. So you have to decide where you want them. And the way that I do it is chronologically. Again, you can do them any way you want. I'm going to bring these in right here at the top. You can name a new subfolder to put them into, or organize into one folder. And these were taken on different days. I just want them in one folder. So I'm going to say organize into one folder, and I go down my folder structure. Wait. I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to make a new subfolder called 2020 11 NCC Lightroom Workshop sample import. I'm not going to use these. These are going to be a sample. And Lightroom it's very hard to see, but Lightroom has made a folder for me called sample import. And now it's going to put all the checked images into this grade folder. And you just click import. And on the upper left, you can see the progress bar. Hopefully it won't take too long. And you can see down in the left hand, there's now a new folder that says sample import. And right now my count says 1 image, and it will count up as it imports those images. Okay, everybody okay so far? So this is importing directly from a card using Lightroom. Always recommended to use Lightroom to do all your photo moving and organizing within Lightroom, because otherwise Lightroom doesn't know where the photos went. But to answer the questions that was asked earlier, well, can I bring in images not using Lightroom, to not use this import process? And the answer is yes, you absolutely can. What you would do, and I'm not going to do it just this moment, I'm waiting. It's already 1:30. Oh my goodness. Okay. In the lower left hand of the library, it says import. Okay, I click the import box. Let's say you've already got images somewhere on your machine, somewhere. I'm going to add them to this catalog. They're already on one of these hard drives. I say add, and I go over here on the left and I say, well, okay, let me find them. It's just like using File Explorer. I think, what have I got over here? Who knows what I have over here? Go to any folder that you want. Here's my lovely dog, Jenny. It's a photo of Jenny. And so I want to add these photos of Jenny to this particular Lightroom catalog. And same thing, apply during import. I want my name on there, and you just click import. In Lightroom, you'll notice on the left-hand side now, in comes the folder with Jenny's pictures in them too, if you want them available to you in this catalog. Okay, everybody okay? All right, so a couple little details on this particular panel in the library panel is what's not obvious to me. Maybe you want these side panels to go away. There's a hotkey which is hit tab. See, I hit the tab key. They go and come. They just toggle on and off. You can adjust the size of your thumbnails with a little slider here in the lower right-hand section. There's Jenny, tabs off, tabs on. If you hit the toolbar here along the bottom, the hotkey is T, the letter T. Hit it again. You can show it or not show it. And if you don't have the space or don't want to see all these other images for the film strip, just hit F6 and those pictures go away. And if you don't even want to remember those, if you look really carefully, there's little, I mean, tiny arrows on the film strip. Look, there it goes away. And there it comes back. There's little tiny arrows on each side of Lightroom that you can click the little arrows or hit the hotkeys, whatever you would prefer to do. All right, okay. All right, so this was step one. We imported the images. Hang on here. Step two, so I can see it, is we're going to make, well, before I get to that, let's go here. You've imported the images. Now let's identify which ones we like the best. So there's many ways to do this, and you guys were talking about this. One way, the way that I do it, the way I can remember to do it, is I double click on an image. This is the first one. I'm in the library. I'm just hitting the right arrow key. I'm just going to go through them in a very quick sequence. So if I like the image, you have at least 3 options of how to pick them or identify them as a favorite. You can hit the letter P. When you hit P, notice in the lower right, a white flag, meaning it's flagged. I like this one. I go to the next one. Don't like that. I really like this one. I hit P. And I run through these until I get one. I think that one's going to be really good. I like this one. I like this one. Don't like that one. I like this one. And if you hit the letter G, it takes you back to the grid. So now you'll notice some of these have, if I roll back up to the top, the white flag. So what you can do is along the top, it says text, attribute, metadata, and none. I'm going to choose the attribute of flag, and only the flagged pictures, see there they are, it's a subset. That's not the only way to do it though. I'm going to pick them all. Let's do it again. Let's say another way to do it is you can either click the stars. I give this one 3 stars. Somebody said they did stars. Or the number 4 gives it 4 stars. The next one, I'll give it a 5 stars. And I go down here and I'll give this one 1 star. G for grid. Now go to attribute and I want anything with 1 star or more. And poof, there you've got another subset based on a star rating. So you can do flags, you can do stars, you can actually do colors too. There's a color group up here. I never use the colors, but that is an option should you choose to do that. Okay, everybody okay? right? There's a lot of information. All right. Let me take that star off. Here are all the images again. Another thing that's important is, here's my husband, Steve, and Jenny, is what information you see when you are in the library. Upper left, upper right, lower left, lower right, and the corners of the images themselves all give you information. And you can set what you see by going to View up top. Now go down to View Options or Control J. And up will pop a panel that says, when you're in the grid view, do you want compact cells, which is almost no information, or expanded cells? I want expanded cells, that's what I use. And then when you go down to this lower 4, you can pick what shows up in each corner of the picture. So I want the file name in the upper left, below that common photo settings, which is your f-stop and your shutter speed. Upper right, I chose crop dimensions, and lower right, file extension. I don't know why. I really just use the upper 2 left. Okay, okay. So that's in the grid view. Loop view means you're only looking at one image, just like you're looking through an old loop that used to look at slide film or film negatives. So loop film, you do the same thing. You can have 2 different sets of information that show up. And notice as I change from 1 to 2, the information that's given to me in the loop view changes. So you can customize this however you want. So I'm going to go G, back in the grid. I'm going to open this first image. And if I want to toggle, rotate through what information I get, I hit the letter I for information. There's none. I use that when I'm editing. But sometimes when I'm editing things, I want to see, oh, that looks a little blurry. What was my shutter speed? I can rotate through the information and see for any image at all, whatever information you want to see. It's quick and easy. Okay. Everybody okay so far? Okay. All right. All right. So now let's flag. We flagged and picked. So I'm going to say, I'm going to take, what are you doing here? Hang on. Oh, it's just really slow. I've now clicked flagged images. So now what I'm going to do, I've imported them. I've picked my favorites. I'm now going to create a collection. And a collection is literally what it says it is. You can pull photos from all over all your external hard drives. You can pull images only from one particular set of images. It's up to you. A collection is anything. Pictures of your dog could all be a collection. So what I'm going to do on the left-hand side, I'm in the library panel, and there's a group here called collections. And there's a little drop-down pointer. On the right-hand side, it said there's a plus sign. So I hit plus, create a collection. And I'm going to call this one Oregon Favorites. Create. And now we have the favorites there. I know what I did. Ignore that for the moment. I now have a collection. It never moved the original photo. It's just a pointer saying, okay, this is a name for a group of images that now I'm going to go get. So I'm going to go back to my original folder. I'm going to choose only the flagged images. You click one and hit Control A, Control All, which is all, and then just drag them into Oregon Favorites. And poof, there they are. I can now edit these images, just this subset of my Oregon folder. I don't have to look and weed through the whole list if I don't want to. Okay, you guys are really quiet. Okay, good. Okay, please ask if you have a question. Okay, another little trick. Sure, yes.
I said, doing great. Keep going.
Okay, all right, okay. So here's another thing, a trick that I do when I'm picking favorites that just occurred to me. Like, I'm not really sure, you know, did I pick the bestest one as a favorite? There's a couple of little quick keys. I can hit F for full screen. Hello, machine. There it is. You can look at the images at full screen and say pick, not pick. I don't know if you can see the white flag is showing up at the bottom of my screen.
P and X. No.
So F is full screen. If I hit L, lights out. Now I can't even see you guys. Everything's black. If you want to just focus on the images themselves, you've got F for full screen and L for lights out. And then you can go through and pick if that's helpful to you. Okay. So now what have we done? We've imported images either from a card or by going and importing them into a catalog. We've identified our favorites that we want to work on. We're now going to go into that collection and process the photos. So the next step is to process them. So here I'm looking. Okay, so now let's make sure I'm where I think I am. I'm in my collection. I'm hitting G. Yep, here they are. That's not supposed to look like that. Look at these guys. They're so tiny. What's going on?
Your zoom up in the upper left.
Oh, I am. You're right. That's a good point, actually. Thank you. You can say, I'm glad you said that. You can fit, do 100%, which is 100% for editing, 200%, and then there's a lot more options in pull down. I usually use fit so that I get maximum image within my working space. All right, so we're now in the collection. I now want to process the photos. I'm going to move to the second module of develop. And when I do that, come on, both the left panel and the right panel change. So in develop now on the left-hand side, I have 1 million or what are called presets. And these, someone has written these, and what these are little bitty recorded actions that do a particular thing. Change the color to red, increase the contrast, make it look all hazy and weddingy, whatever. You can buy these, you can make them yourself and record them. And there's some already built in. So if you're not sure which one you want, as I slide my mouse over these presets, you'll notice that both the navigator, the small picture in the upper left, and the image itself show you what that particular preset does. And I've got way too many of these. Here's some of my funner ones. Let's see. Really like this one. This guy does a good job. So I bought some of his. They can do all sorts of weird stuff, whatever you want. You can lose your mind and spend hours like a rabbit hole. So if you have particular presets that you know or use, you can apply those presets. If you don't wish to apply the presets, what you're going to do is actually do the processing yourself on the right-hand side. Now the question was originally, way back a little bit ago, where's the history panel? Well, at the bottom of the preset, there is, you'll see, it says history on the lower left. And right now, the image has only been imported. This is the original image as imported. And at the top of the image, notice the ARW, it's still a raw file. I can use my eye to go around and look at some more information if I wanted to. But this is the original image. Nothing has been done to this image. So I'm not going to do the presets today. I'm going to work down this right-hand panel. And again, this is where I spend most of my time. Okay, suggest again, top to bottom, Lightroom's very logical. Under profile, I would suggest, and I went to Photoshop World, Scott Kelby just said, pick one of these that best fits your image. So I'm going to pick Adobe Landscape. Next choice is what's your white balance? Daylight. And then your exposure or luminosity. I usually hit auto and let Lightroom make a go at it. And then I change it if I want to. And then you basically work your way down these sliders. I'm hitting Control Z. That's usually where it begins. Let me click auto. Yeah, auto has slid all of these sliders here to where it thinks it should be. And you continue down. I sometimes will play around in the luminance. I'll show you that in just a minute. Then you have detail. So let's say I want to make sure that Ginny's eyes are sharp. You click the little icon in the upper left-hand corner to activate it, and then slide it over on Ginny's eyes. And you can make sure that her eyes are as sharp as you want them to be. I always do the lens correction, enable the profile for your camera. And I usually almost always put a little vignette on them to darken the corners just a touch. And that's what I would do. And then I would export. But for the moment, I'm not going to do that. Any questions so far? Everybody okay? So let's take this one. This is a lighthouse in Crescent City. I do not want the information up there. I hit the letter I to make that go away. I go into my develop module and I start from the top. This was Adobe Landscape profile color. This was shot in the daylight, believe it or not. And I'm going to click auto. Ooh, that looks better. Right? Much better. Then I typically crop a little bit at this point. That's debatable for some folks. And notice the little lock here on the right. See, the lock is unlocked, which means I can drag up just one side or another, whatever I want to do. If it's unlocked, we'll probably do something like that and hit enter. But if I want it even smaller and I want it to maintain the same aspect ratio, you can either hit the letter A to close the lock or click the lock itself, and I can resize, come on, and it maintains the same aspect ratio like that. Okay. Once you have generally the size that I want, and I like to leave a little bit extra too, that's always a good process. Let's say I decided that's a really ugly crop. I don't like that. Again, you haven't changed anything about the original photo. Go down to the history panel and every single step I took is there. I simply just click and go back. Where was I? Auto settings. I was happy with that. I like that first crop better, and I'm going to go back there and now go forward from that point. Okay. So now just take a look at it. Does that look like how I want it to look? Are the colors right? Highlights a little bright there. And just, excuse me here. And notice all these on this particular image, these lines and things. You can remove them in Lightroom. It's the second tool here. It says removal. And you can make it whatever size you want. And then there's feather and then opacity. You know, how much do you want it to cover up? But I'll be honest with you, I have not had super good experience. Let's try this wire on the telephone pole. You just click and drag. Oh, not bad. H hides and shows what you're doing. So I'm just clicking and dragging really quick. And when you hit H, it shows you where it pulled the clone, the reference point from. But some of them get just bizarre. Let's try this one. And not bad. After I'm giving it a hard time, it's now behaving perfectly. So what if I do across here? See how smeary that looks? I don't know if you can tell. It's all smeary now. So I would say Control Z, undo. No, that didn't work. And I would probably go into Photoshop to do the fine tuning for cloning things out. Okay. We'll go back to fit. Come on. The machine is really acting strangely. All right, so I've cropped the image. I've cloned out. You can clone or heal. Folks know the difference between those. Clones means copy another part of the image and paste it over wherever you are, literally clone it over. Heal means I'll look at the area around whatever it is you're looking at and try to fill it in. So if I say I want to heal, I'm on heal now. And let's zoom right in. Let's say I want to heal out this. Let's try this here. Come on, a little bit bigger. Where are you? There, right there. I don't want that's a info screen. And that did a really bad job. I don't know if you can tell, but no. Control Z, undo. No, I'd go into Photoshop for anything like that. But on some images, the heal might work just fine. So give that a go. Okay, so you've got red eye up here reduction if you have people. You've got a gradient. You can drag a gradient down one side if you wanted to. This is a radial filter where you drag and you can do your own vignette if you would like to. And invert, it's always opposite. And then you can do what that will make a nice touch to a lot of images and hit enter. And then you have your adjustment brush itself, which is like a little brush, and you can go into areas and do some more detailed work if you wanted to. But let's say now you're done. I'm working from top to bottom. Wait, I've got all my colors set. Do love the luminance panel. If there's a color in your image that you want to be brighter, darker, click the little tool. Let's say the red on this roof, and I roll it up and the red will become brighter. Or the green, deep green of this tree, you can lighten that up just a smidge. Go on down, let's do your sharpening. Again, I choose a little tool in the left-hand corner, wherever you think is a good spot. I'm on the fence here. Oh, let me change my mind. Let's go to the top of the lighthouse. It's amazingly sharp. I don't know if you can tell that. Do a little bit of sharpening, a little bit of noise reduction in the luminous to whatever is you're happy with. I make sure that I've done the lens correction. And then I always add a little bit of vignette. Now, if I'm happy with that, then what I'm going to do is say I go back. So now we've imported, selected our favorites, made a collection. I've now processed the first image in that collection. I'm now going to export it. So you will have an actual image with all of my edits on it. So you have to go back to library, say export. Now here it pays to pay attention on this because I've messed this up a lot of times from top to bottom. Okay, export where? And I'm going to say same folder as original folder. I always put my edited photos as a subfolder to my main, all my images. So I want them use the same folder that the original image came from. Click. Put in subfolder NCC workshop finals. And I don't think that's right. I'm going to go 20, 20, 11, NCCC workshop finals. Add to this catalog so the catalog knows where that image went. Okay, everybody okay? Now rename. Again, this is such personal preference. I rename every image I've worked on so I can tell by the file name if I've edited it or not. So what I do is I go into, I say rename, yes, edit. Let me take you back here. What I like to see, and it's your choice, the file name, so I know what the original file name is. And then I add custom text. Say, okay. I like to use the little letter A, and it shows you. So now this image with the edits applied will be the original file name. It ends in 04754, but it has a little A. So that tells me I've edited this image. It's not the original. And I want to export it as a JPEG. Okay, so it's going to be put into a subfolder of the original folder images, have a new name, be in JPEG, not RAW. Here's where you can resize. It's up to you. Like for the camera club competitions, this is where you would resize your images for the critique. I say yes, sharpen for the screen for output sharpening. I don't want it watermarked. Post-processing none. And I say export. And even though I'm in the collection, it's working off of the image in the original location. And there it is. It's exported it. Now it's in NCC Workshop Finals. And it's this one right here, this last one. So let me stop there. Any questions?
I have a
Too
comment.
much? Too little? Yes.
If you went back to develop mode on that last image, could you show people how to look at the before and after?
Oh, sure. Thank you. That's a very good idea. Okay, it was this one. Yes. So here is, again, if you don't remember where you were on this, you can go into the history. Come on, this machine's running really slow today. Here's all the changes, and the last one in the history module is export. So I've exported this one. But if you want to see before and after, it's the / key. So this is where it started. / this is where it ended. Thank you. That's a good one. Okay. Anybody else?
If you wanted to see them side by side, you can go up and I think it's under view, and then you could do one left and one right.
Yes, you can. And again, that's a really good point, because all of these commands and hotkeys are all also up in these top menu bars as well. You can do, can I do it from down here? There is a before and after.
Isn't
That's
it the
before and
Y
after.
key?
There you go.
That's another way to do it. You can also choose 2 images and compare to, that kind of thing.
Yeah, looks good.
So, okay. All right. So one more key before we leave this section that I want to show you is, let's do, I don't know that I dare. I will try. Rick just did the Milky Way. This is my Milky Way picture. So I'm in the original set of images. This is an image I haven't touched, straight out of the camera. I'm going to run through, try the default settings, use auto on that and let's see what auto does. Not nearly enough. This is not how I would really do it. Rick just did a much better job. But let's just say I make a few changes to this one, just so you can see it and we know it's not the original. So I'm changing the color, add a little texture, bring out the blacks a little bit. It's not straight. I'm going to straighten it. Again, this is very quick and dirty here. Still a little bit dark. I want to sharpen it a little bit without doing too much. There we go. Okay. Just really quick, doing the same things I did with the original lighthouse picture. That looks a little light, but it's too much. Okay. I don't know what that looks like to you all, but let's just pretend I'm happy with that. I wouldn't be, but let's just pretend I'm happy with it. But it's another image in this collection, and I want to export it to the same subfolder that first lighthouse went into. There's a set of hotkeys, and I use this one more than any one, which is Shift, Control, Alt, E. I know it's 4 keys. And what that's doing, hang on, let me do it again. Stop, cancel. Let me explain what it's doing here. Yes, I know, it's unhappy. Look at this thing, cancel. Okay, I have an image, a second image that I want to export as a final image. You don't have to go and export it and do all the same things every single time. The hotkey sequence of Shift, Control, Alt, E, export, will export it to the same place you exported the last one. So I hop through a series one after another, and I just do the sequence and it shoots them off into the subfolder. Lightroom's complaining right now because it says it already exists. I'm like, okay, but it says, do you want to overwrite it? Is this a better version of the one I already sent into this folder? Or do you want to use a unique name? So I might say use a unique name, and it'll put another image in there with a different name. It puts a -1 or -2 or something at the end. Okay, okay. All right, so let me demonstrate the syncing, for example. Let's say I picked this one as a favorite. I'm in the develop module. This is the original image as shot. So I'm going to set my profile to landscape. Interesting. White balance, I just said auto. Tone, I said auto. Let Lightroom drive totally. That's not bad. The sky could use a little more detail, but that's okay. Let's say I'm happy with that. I must have already messed with this. Sharpen. I don't know. No, maybe it did that. Sharpened it. The point of this example is I'm now going to apply these changes to other images. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I say I'm happy with that. I want to export this particular image, edited. I say Shift, Control, Alt, export. And again, I've practiced this. So there's already an image already in there with that name, but it's going to export one with a slightly different name. At some point. We're waiting. All right, so now you have multiple options. I'll make this film strip bigger. I'm on this particular image that's highlighted. That one's highlighted. I can say Shift, click on the last image. So I've selected, the first one is the most important. That's the one you've done the edits to. Now select any others. They don't even have to be in sequence. I could say, let me unselect these. I could say, this is the important ones, the first one. Then I could hit Control and just pick every other one if you wanted to. Whatever it is you want to do. I'm going to do all of them now, just to show you. This is this whole sequence. Go into Develop. And at the bottom of the right-hand panel, it says Sync. Now, these are all the potential develop settings that you could have done. And it's asking, do you want me to sync all of them to all these images? You can say yes, or you can say no. Do you want, for example, all of them cropped exactly the same? Do you want all of them to have a spot removal in the same place? That's up to you. I typically do almost all of these. You can say check all and say synchronize. And it will take a second in the upper left, and poof, they're done. So here's the first one. Come on, let's do I so we can see the names. Bear with me here. What are you doing? Can't tell if the machine's running slow. Okay, here's the first one. That's 2592. Here's the second one, 2593. And the same edits that I did in 92 have been applied to 93. And you can double check by looking along this develop, and sure enough, all the little sliders are in the same position they were for 92. So go forward to 90, 93, 94. So I don't know if those edits were enough for 94 because it was getting darker as the sun is going down, 95, 96. But that's the idea. If you have a series, you can just apply your changes to a whole set of images with in very short order.
In what specific applications have you used that sync feature?
Using the syncing?
What, some examples of, areas where you've shot, because I mean, in this case where it just gets progressively darker, you want different adjustments each one, but where have you used it?
And you're right, this perhaps isn't the perfect example. It's just getting me close. Where I might use it like a wedding. I've shot a bunch of weddings and you're outside, maybe at the reception as you are outside. If you've got a whole series of like group photos in the shade or children playing at the beach where the lighting is essentially the same within a series of images.
I've used it when I do a panel, a 3 or 4 frame panel.
Okay.
I will do my edits on the first one and then sync them all and then stitch the panel together.
Oh, good one. Okay. Anybody else? No? Good question though. Thank you. Okay, so we've done all that. All right, so what have we done? We've done the 5 steps. We imported them. We identified your favorites. You made a collection, processed the images that are in the favorites, and then exported them to either a subfolder or to wherever that you would want to store those images. And so I'm just about done here. The thing I want to remind you guys, if you're going to use Lightroom, the thing that I find that trips up so many people is you always move your images from within Lightroom. If you want to move images from one folder to another, do it from within Lightroom. Otherwise, Lightroom does not know where the images are. It gets confused. But as long as you stay within Lightroom all the time, you're much better off. All right, and with that, that's all I had. So I intended to leave questions at the end, and we do. Kathy's class on advanced beginning Photoshop starts at 2:30. But between now and 2:30, I'm happy to help people answer questions, whatever you might want to know.
I have a couple more questions.
Sure.
What version of Lightroom Classic are you using? I have Lightroom Classic 6 and just called Lightroom 6. And there's some features you've shown that I don't seem to have.
I'm on, okay, go ahead. So you're on 6, I am on 10, which was the major upgrade they did, I don't know, a month or 2 ago.
Lightroom 6 was the last time you could buy it as a standalone, and they no longer support that.
Which means you don't get your like camera raw updates and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Right.
So
like the dehaze and the texture, he probably doesn't have.
Yes, the dehaze was the other question I was going to ask, if this version has dehaze in it.
oh, it does. Love dehaze. Oh yeah, I can slide on here. Dehaze is fantastic. Look at that. And I love the texture one. It's just fantastic. Yeah. So yeah, 6 is getting very long in tooth at this point, since they're so, unfortunately.
Did you say 10 is the most current one?
Yes, that's through the monthly subscription photography plan from Adobe.
It's in a subscription only.
Mm-hmm.
So this looks like you successfully implemented the PhotoPills plan we did in the PhotoPills class.
I did exactly what you said.
And look at that, you got your Milky Way, beautiful
And I
clouds.
did on this one too. That's how I got to the right place to know
And
where the Milky Way was going to come up.
Where was this taken with that really white rock?
I know, that's a question I actually had for you. This was, I think it was south of Cannon Beach, Arcadia Beach, I think. Just a little beach off the side of the road. And this rock was brown.
Wow.
And I used the LumiCube to, on a long exposure, I don't know what this was.
Okay, so you lit it up.
I lit it up, 13 seconds. but I still do not understand. See, even if I zoom in, let me make this smaller. I don't understand why the rock looks so light. I just don't. But it looks like it's salt or something.
Yeah, it's
I
kind
see
of
my
cool.
machine is being very strange. What did Yeah, I don't know why it's white, but all the details there, so it's not blown out. So
Yeah, well, you have a
oh,
good histogram.
yeah, exactly. So I'm like, I don't know. But I did use photo pills to do both of those shots at Haystack and this one.
Yeah, good job.
So, well, Rick helped me out with that. But the most difficult thing I had with photo pills is how to get the location in there. That's why I had to ask you that one in the previous workshop.
Now you got it.
Yeah, I got it. So how about folks? Anybody else? Questions? No?
Well, I think that
Thank
this
you, though. Very, very informative.
was very nicely done presentation.
Well, thank you. But if you do have questions, shoot me an email, or I'm happy to meet with you on a Zoom, like one-on-one. If you're struggling with the panels or that kind of thing, I'd be happy to help folks, next week sometime. So don't hesitate to ask. I can show you how I do it. I'm sure each of you does it a different way. It's whatever works for you.
Rachel, could you talk a little bit about the tone curve and how you use it?
The tone curve, sure. Well, this one will work. Why this dude keeps flipping colors, I don't know. It makes me wonder about my machine. Let's use this one. Okay, I'm gonna say fit. Okay, in develop. Yes. I'd start at the top. I would just come down and do landscape. Again, I'll do auto just for speed today. Auto. It's not too bad. Straighten it. I can't stand horizon. That's not straight. Okay. And as I work down on the tone curve, if there are areas of the image that you think should be brighter or darker, again, there's a little almost hidden in the upper left-hand corner, gadget, gizmo, whatever you want to call it. Once you trigger that, you can then slide your mouse around the scene. And as you watch the tone curve, I'm pointing like you can see me. There's a little dot that will slide up and down this tone curve that tells you where that color is on the tone curve. For example, if I go into the dark of the trees, there's a little dot almost to the bottom left of the tone curve. If I go up in the clouds, it goes all the way to the upper right. So let's say, I'll take something in the middle, this dirt path. That dot was right there in the middle. Then I can grab the tone curve and draw it up or draw it down. And I'm keying off of that dirt path. And say, oh, I don't like that, Control Z. I just keep playing with it. There's the trees. Where are you? I want to brighten just the darkness of the trees. That's in this lower left. And the gray bubble that appears is this, my understanding is that's a suggested max. Don't go any further than that. Stay within that gray bubble that appears. Does that help, Dave?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you can use specific colors. There's your classic S curve for contrast. If you wanted to do that, to me, that's too much. If I was really going to process this one, I'm going backwards in time here. There we go. Yeah. What I would probably do with this one is do a gradient on the top and pull in some detail in the clouds. And you guys know if you double click on these center lines, it takes it back to neutral. So I could do a little bit of dehaze maybe, bring down your highlights. See if I can get some detail in the clouds a little bit. I'm just playing. But that's how I would use the tone curve, is using the little indicator in this upper left-hand corner to select a specific area. Sorry, what happened there? I clicked the wrong one. To see where on that tone curve is basically the luminosity, the light or darkness that I think needs to be improved. So maybe right there. You could brighten that up just a little bit. Okay, any other questions? Rick, anybody else have tricks that they love to use?
It looks good.
Anybody? I like this luminance. That's been my lately my favorite. So like the dirt, I can make it glow, just glow a little bit. Yeah. Yep. Again, you can spin forever.
Do you use the brush very much?
I do. Depends on what I'm trying to do. I find the brush to be a blunt force tool, honestly.
You're better off, if you're gonna do that kind of selection to that degree, you're better off in Photoshop.
Yeah, I like this one. I did some really fun things. I can use the brush, but say I'll show you. So let's say I use the brush, and you can have the brush do most anything you want. So let's do dehaze. We'll just play. Let's go overboard. What happens if you do dehaze across here? I can just paint, but see, notice the feathering and it's, which I can change, but why is it not doing anything?
Yeah, I don't see any change there.
I don't either. I have been wondering if I have some.
What size is your brush?
It's very big. Oh, you know what? Check the opacity. See, flow is only, let's go to 100% flow. There. See, I can brute force it with the brush. But the brush is, to me, it's always round. You can't change the shape. You can adjust the feathering on the edges a little bit. But if I was really going to go in and work on like the side of a person's face or a particular area of a landscape image, I would go into Photoshop and mask off just the area I want to work on and do it in Photoshop. But if you just want to, again, light touches around the corners, I will tell you a trick I learned in Charlie Kramer's class. He's a pretty well-known landscape photographer down in Yosemite. I took his class last year. His tip to us, one of my takeaways, is he never uses this vignette because it sets automatically all four corners the same. Maybe like on this image, you already have some shadowing on the right-hand side. His recommendation was to use this very brush. Come on, brush. Lower the exposure, make it whatever size you want. You draw, I'm just doing this exaggerated.
Yeah.
You draw your own vignette on every image using the adjustment.
And you can adjust, you know, the color and everything in there too.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. You can do, it's infinite what you can do. Yeah. Sometimes my issue is knowing when to stop.
I kind of like the brush.
You like the brush? Maybe show me how to use it. I'm not that great with it.
That speaker with the webinar that Matt put on, Kolowski or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a whole little tutorial on how to use the brush. It's
gotcha. I should watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Anybody
else tips for everybody? Go ahead, Larry.
I said a great job.
Oh, well, you're very kind, but thank you very much.
Nope, excellent presentation, Rachel.
Oh, well, thank you, Jimmy. I agree.
Well,
Okay, it's 2:30. Let's get started, shall we? Thank you all for being here. I'm so happy to see you. If you were in my morning class, which a number of you were, you should have all the basics in order to go into this class. And I'm going to do this one a little bit different in that I'm going to actually take you through my process and with a picture so that you can actually follow through. And thank you, Ingrid, for your feedback. But I am going to take you through. I have 3 different composites, and when I'm showing you these composites, the whole goal of the class is to teach you blending modes, masking, how to make selections, and how to use layers. Okay, so if you already know how to do all that, you've got it made here. This will just be a repeat for you. But if you don't know how to do some of that, I'm glad you're here, and feel free to ask questions. The only thing I am asking you would be if there's some background noise like a dog or somebody's coming in and they're asking you questions or you're sneezing, just mute yourself for a little while, because believe it or not, we hear everything here. I mean, during our meetings, when there are couples watching together and they start whispering to each other, it actually gets amplified. So we hear everything you're saying. So just mute yourself. And if you want to ask a question, unmute, ask your question. This is a class. This isn't a webinar offering here. So I want to teach you some stuff. I want you, ideally, it would have been great to have you follow along with me. I don't think it's possible. But because there's a recording afterwards, you know, fire up your PC or your Mac, put on Photoshop, and then you can follow along with me because I will be naming what I'm doing. Any questions before I start going forward? Nope, you're good. All right. Speak up. Don't be shy, because you know I ain't. So I'm going to start sharing my screen, and I'm going to take you to Photoshop. Well, actually, so you all should know right now how to take a photo into Photoshop. Is that correct? If you don't know how to do that, speak up. Okay, it's quiet. The other thing you should know is I can't see any of you once I share my screen. I've totally hid you. So don't raise your hand because I won't be able to see it. Don't write me anything in chat because I'm not going to see it till later, till somebody says to me, Kelly, there's something in chat. Just speak up, okay? Is that a deal?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so I'm hiding my floating meeting controls here. There we go. Okay, so we're going into introduction to layers. And I've told you what we're going to do. I'm going to demonstrate all the techniques and the tools by putting together a composite photo. Before I go forward, though, I really want to know what kinds of things you're interested in doing with learning selections, blending modes, and masking. So can you let's just have a conversation right now. Can you just speak up and let me know what you're looking for?
Selecting something fuzzy.
Selecting a fuzzy thing, okay?
I'll run with that. Selecting hair.
Selecting hair, great, okay.
I don't know anything about masking.
Right. So do you even know why you would use masking?
Not totally.
Okay, so we'll start with why do you want to mask? And I think that by my demonstrating, Anne, that you'll see why you use a mask. It's because, ultimately, it's because you want to work non-destructively. So the whole goal in Photoshop, and I'm sure Rachel's gone over it, and I know I went over it earlier, is that you always want to leave your original photos intact. And if you work on the original photo, if you use the eraser tool on your original photo, you're going to destroy it, all those pixels. And unless you made a copy back in Lightroom, you won't ever get that photo back. So when you use masking in Lightroom, you are working non-destructively. Okay? Got that? Yes. Okay. Anybody else? Question?
I would vote for cutting out maybe one sky from one picture and putting it into another.
Okay, so sky replacement. I have to tell you, okay, so let me ask that. This is a really good question. And actually, I'm going to stop sharing for a sec because I want to kind of look at you all. I want us to look at each other. Okay, so the question I have for you all is, how many of you have a subscription to the Adobe suites, to Photoshop? You have the latest, so raise your hand, okay? All right, so put those down. How many of you do not have a subscription? Because it's easier. So Dave McClellan and Mark Davis. Anybody else? Okay, everybody else does. Okay, so I'm going to make my pitch for buying a subscription to, Dave's laughing. He's probably heard this before, to buying a subscription to the Adobe suites of, and you get, for your $10 a month, and yes, it's still only $10, you get Photoshop, Lightroom, Camera Raw, and Bridge. And then you actually can get a few other little programs that I don't even care about and don't use because they're for designers. It is so worth it. Oh yeah, if you add it up, it's $120 a year. And that seems like a lot at first, but if you use an old version of Photoshop, say CS7 or something, you're not getting any of the new stuff. And I'm going to mute Rick, hold on. You're not getting any of the new stuff that Photoshop has provided us with every rev. And we are now in Adobe 2021, and I'm going to show you a couple of things. And one of them speaks to Rick's question of sky replacement. But the other thing I want to share with you is, in the older version, say you have a version from 5 years ago, and it still works, I'm sure. When you wanted to select something that was fuzzy or select with hair, it did a terrible job. You know, it kind of did an okay job, but you had to really go in and clean up and blow it up to 100% and work it. It took a long time. I have to tell you, the AI is incredible now. And the newest versions of Photoshop, you really don't have to do much. So if you are planning on doing this kind of work, you know, and you can afford it, of course, totally get that. I would highly recommend you buy yourself a Christmas present or a Hanukkah present if you're Jewish, and invest in the suite of Adobe products. It's worth your money. Now, yes, my husband uses On One and he loves it. I don't love it. We also are registered in different voting parties, but we still love each other. So I just want you to know, you don't have to get Adobe, but if you're going to do this kind of work, this is what I highly recommend. Okay. Any other things you're looking for before I start in terms of what I'd like to address in Photoshop? Jonathan, you had something. You have to unmute. If you're going to talk, unmute, please. You have to push the space bar or just unmute.
Smart objects.
Smart objects, thank you. Yes, I am going to talk about that. Now, I have to tell you, I'm not going to go into that very deeply because that's a whole class in and of itself. Okay, but I will touch on it and why you want to use them or not.
How about blending exposures where you have the same image, one exposed for say the sky and then the foreground?
Right, blending, absolutely. And that you have your choice. The thing about Photoshop is you have more than one way to do things. You actually have more than 3 ways to do things sometimes. So if you have a different way of working in Photoshop, that's great. And if I'm not touching on your technique, I'm happy to have you share it as long as it doesn't take, more than 3 minutes. So on blending, the way the tools that you use on blending is you use masking, you use blending modes, and the special little treat is blend if. How many of you have heard blend if? Just raise your hand. Ingrid and Jeff. Okay. So I'm going to teach you the magic of blend if. That is so cool. And for me, the guru of blend if is Blake Rudis. If you have not watched any videos on YouTube, he has the N64 Academy. He is the master of blend if. So if you want to know more, he'll take you more into it. Okay, any others before I head over to Photoshop? All right. Oh yeah, Dave.
Are you saying blend IT, blend if?
Blend if, IF. Yeah. Yeah. Blend if. And I'll show you where that is and everything. Okay. Anything else before I go? because I want, this class is for you guys. I want to make sure y'all, oh, Brian, you have something?
No, I was drinking.
He's drinking. All right, start early. Yeah. All right. So I'm heading over. I'm going to share my screen. Please speak up because once I go over and share my screen, I can't see you, which is always a pain. That's why I like live classes. But I am going to go over and I'm going back to Photoshop here. Okay. So here we are in Photoshop. And I have 3 composites I'm going to share with you. I'm going to start with the most simplest, and then I'm going to go on and end up with the most complicated. The thing I want you to know is I will share every asset with you that I am using. All you have to do is email me and I will upload a folder for you. It's probably too large. I can either put it in I can probably put it in Dropbox for you, and you can download it and you can follow my tutorial here. And you'll have all the assets. Okay. All right. So here we are. We're starting with a photo of the Golden Gate Bridge. I've brought it in. Over here are my layers. You hopefully know from this morning or your own work that the layers panel is over here. And this is what allows me and you to blend photos, to add, take 2 documents, which is what I call these up here. These are all documents. And it allows me to blend the 2. So let's start with this. When I bring in a photo to Photoshop, it comes in as a single layer here. I have a thumbnail. And if you weren't with me this morning, I highly recommend that you change the thumbnail to large. And the way you do that is go to this hamburger over here. All these panels have hamburgers. You click on it, go all the way down to panel options, and what comes up is layer panel options, and you click on this, the largest thumbnail. And if you're like me, those little thumbnails just don't work. So here's a large thumbnail. It tells me it's a background layer. It's locked. That means that I can't really use any of these tools over here on this. It won't let me. If I go to the brush tool and let's say I'm using black here, right? Look, well, actually it won't let me move. And I don't want to do that because I just destroyed my photo if I save it. But the move tool won't work. Sorry. See, Liz, I'm trying to move this photo and it just won't work. And it wants to know if I want to convert to a normal layer. Then I can change its stacking order, its blending mode, or its opacity, but I can't do it as a background layer. So there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can go up to layer and you can hit convert to new layer. Here's this one, layer from background. I don't ever do that. If I want to convert a background layer, I go over to this lock and I just hit it and click on it and it changes from a background to a regular layer. Okay. I would not recommend you doing that because this is your layer that you do not want to destroy. So what do? I make a copy. Every time I bring a photo into Photoshop, I copy and I use Control J or Command J if you're on a Mac. So now I've got my background layer here, which I could convert back if I want to a background layer. So because I want to keep that. There it is, background from layer. And now it's back to the background with the lock on it. And I'm working on, in layers, the way you can tell which layer is active is it changes colors. So you'll notice that when I'm touching this, it changes colors. It turns from a dark gray to a light gray. Okay, so my active layer on my Photoshop is light gray. So this is kind of a boring photo. And I want to change the sky. Well, Photoshop 2021, love it. I haven't had any problems with it yet, thank God. A lot of people have complained, but I haven't. You want to know where the sky replacement is. You would think it's a filter, right? Up here in the menu bar, it's not. It's under Edit. So you click on Edit, scroll down, and lo and behold, something that's here that won't be in your earlier versions is sky replacement. You are going to love how easy this is. Okay, it brings up a separate window. Now, it brings up, oh, look, it changed it for me. Oh boy, what if I don't like this? Here is the selection bar here. So I have, from Adobe, they give you right away blue skies, spectacular skies, and sunsets. In addition, you can come down to this plus icon and add your own from any of your own files. So if you've got Adobe Photoshop 2021, I would recommend you start snapping skies, because you can just change your sky out. And I just want to take a little side on this. At the meeting on Monday, Dave McClellan was doing the critique, and Janice Rossner had a photo up, and Dave said, "Is this in the wrong category?" Because it didn't look like it had been manipulated. And I was typing in the background with Janice because I knew exactly what happened. She had replaced that sky. So Dave couldn't tell. And most of us generally can't tell when there's a sky replacement. I can tell because I've done enough of it. I know what I'm looking for. Like for instance, if you look here and I've got the sky, does this water match this? No, it does not. And so we can actually fix this if you want, and I can quickly show you how to do it. I don't particularly like this sky. Maybe I want it to be night. Oh, look at that. So I'm going to stick with night. And then you click off that onto the background window. There's two windows that come up with this, and they give you controls now. You can move it. See right here, the move icon. You can brush on it, and here's a hand tool. I don't know why you'd use it, but you can. And here's a zoom tool right here. So you can zoom in and see things. So you can shift the edge. Okay, so if I look at that, it shifted it up, or I can shift it down, but why would I want it, down over the mountains there? So usually it does a pretty good job. The AI is pretty good in here. You can fade the edges out. So if you want, you could probably use a masking tool. But I kind of like the fact that you can blend the old sky with the new sky. You can change the brightness. I'm making it darker. Maybe it's nighttime. Once again, what's the problem here? This water doesn't match the sky. This looks like a daytime sky. You can change the temperature. So there's the temperature of the sky. You can make it yellow, blue, whatever you want. And then it asks you where you want to output it to. You can output it to new layers, or you can do a duplicate layer. So here I'm doing a new layer. And what it does is it creates a group. Okay, so here we are down here in the panels channel. Here, I'm going to lift that up. And you can see it's called Sky Replacement Group. And if I close it, all of those adjustments go away. Okay, and if we have time later on, I'll show you how to take a sky that has been created in the sky replacement and make it affect the water. And we'll come back to this picture. I'll pick something else out. So so that's the sky replacement for now. That's something new in Photoshop, which is quite fun. The other thing that's really fun is something called in filters, and it's called the Neuro filter. N-E-U-R-A-L, Neural filter, and it's for photographs. So if I take, first I'll show you that in a minute, because I want to show you on grandma. So let's say I want to make this a more interesting photo. Besides changing the sky, I have this picture of grandma, and grandma wants to be in this photo, right? So if I take her here and I push the move tool, which is V, right? V is the move tool. I can just grab her, hold the left click mouse down, click on the left mouse, hold it down, and then move it over to the picture. You keep it held down the whole time, and you drag it. You go over to the photo you want to join in, and there's grandma. Now, I'm going to go over here. Here's my rendition of grandma. I changed the sky. I made it a little more foggy, sort of like San Francisco. I put grandma in the water, and I made her smaller. And I also changed the color. Okay, this is the easiest composite you're going to do. So you take grandma, but look, you've got this white background. How are you going to get rid of it? There are so many ways now with the new AI. So if you go to your toolbar, which is right here, it's called Tool or Toolbox. Go down here, the fourth icon, and click on it. you're going to get a quick selection tool. Now there's a fly out because you can know, because there's this little triangle in the right hand corner, and you can either click on it and hold it down and then go out, or to change it, or in my case, I like to right click, that way it keeps it open. And then I go down to my selection tool. There's 3 selection tools that I can use here, and I can use any of these on this particular photo. The bottom one here is called the magic wand tool. So let's start there. Normally I wouldn't use this if there's a varied background with lots of colors in the photo that I'm trying to select the person out of. But in this case, she's covered by white because it's a professional photo. So I can use the magic wand tool. I click on it, come over here, and I just click on the color I want to get rid of. Click, and look at that, it makes a selection. Now it's not a perfect selection. So I'm gonna, to get rid of, you can see it's like doing this crazy stuff here because these are gradations of white. It doesn't like it. How do you change that? You come up here to the option bar that changes with every tool, and you go to the tolerance. And for me, I kind of like 20 or 30. Let's try 20 and see if that changes anything. Control D, deselects. Now I'm going to go back and try again. Now that's much better. Isn't that great? But we still got a few, and now it likes this area. So I'm going to try one more time. Go to 30. And I'm going to deselect if I can. Why is it not letting me? All right, let's hit escape. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, so I am going to, I've got 30. I'm on my magic wand and I'm going to hit it. And now it's bleeding into here. So I'm never going to get a perfect selection with the magic wand. Okay, so let's give that one up for now. If it were all white, instead of some gray colors here, this might be a better tool to use. So let's go to the next one. Let's go to the top one, object selection tool. So this one, you put a box around the selection that you want. Make sure you got it all. You click and drag, let it go, and then it's working. You can see it's got the little working, and look at that, it makes a selection for me. Now that's pretty good, huh? That's a pretty darn good selection. So that one's an option. The one I use the most is this middle one called a quick selection tool, okay? And in this case, because she's got so many colors, I can either use my mouse and follow her outline, and I can either do inside or outside, depending on what I want to do. Or here's the option. See up here in the option bar? There's select subject and select and mask. So on this one, I highly recommend you hit select. You don't do anything except select subject. It works a little bit. And look at that. You get an amazingly good selection. Now, because I stole this from iStock, you know, it kind of got some other little squigglies in here. And I could use it the way it is. But the other thing you can do if you have areas that you need to change, you hit select and mask. Okay, and that provides you go into the masking window. All right, you've got tool options over here. You've got the option bar up here. And Rachel, I think it's you who asked me about hair.
Yes, it was hair.
Look at this here. This is brand new. Refine hair. Now this poor old lady doesn't have hair. But this is the way you can, when you have a subject that has hair, whether it's dogs or people, this is the way to go. Here, refine hair first. And then over here on the right side, this whole panel gives you controls. So right now I've got the masking color on. It shows me what I'm going to hide. Okay. I can click this and I can do all kinds of different colors. I can just do marching ants. I can do an overlay, which we just had. I can do on black, which this is actually gray because I've got my control right here, opacity to 50%. But look at this on black. This enables you to go closer, to go through your edges. So what I'm doing right now is I'm using my zoom tool and I'm holding down the space bar at the same time. So I'm still, it keeps me in my tool that I wanted to use, but it allows me to move around, okay? Space bar and hold zoom tool and space bar. And I'm looking and she's looking pretty darn good, isn't she? The only thing that's not looking great is right over here. So anyway, that's the opacity. I can also put her on white. I don't know why I'd want to necessarily. I'd rather have the contrast a little higher. So I would suggest you use the color that's going to give you the best view of whoever's in here, right? All right, so let's go back. Now let's say I want to get rid of these in this masking area. When you're working with a person or an object, you have two options here. You can use object aware or color aware. I usually use object aware. It's not often I use color aware unless there's a certain color I'm trying to select out. I don't do that very often. Radius you can use when you've got people with hair. I would go to 1, but not much more than that. And you'll see why, because it starts to blur the edges and bring sort of artifacts in. So I don't like to use it. And these are global refinements where you can smooth the edge. These are all about edges. Feather the edge, provide more contrast, and you can actually shift the edge as well, okay? So let's say I want to work locally on this. So here's some tools up here. I actually like the polygonal lasso tool, because what you can do is, I like to work close. So let me get closer here. So I've got my lasso tool back. I start here where I think her arm is going to go. And then I sort of click here along where I think her arm should go. And I can go out here now and I double click here and it would help if you put on the right tool. So this one is add to the selection. This one is take away from the selection. So let's do this again. I actually made my life a little easier. So this is going to, and you go back to where you see that minus next to it. You go until it changes to a little circle. That means that it's going to, once you click on it, it takes out, it completes the selection and takes it out. See how nicely it did that? So same thing with over here. Like I said, this is my favorite way to do it. And I'll tell you why in a minute, because I'll demonstrate that. Okay, so there we are, it takes it out. Okay, now if I want to go back to full screen, I hit Control-0, and now I'm back. With this, I'm not going to take out all these words. It's too hard, and I wouldn't use her for a real composite anyway. I just kind of liked her face. So let me show you some of these tools too. This is the object selection tool. I don't really ever use that. This one is, if you go up here, you can add or subtract to your selection. You just go around. For instance, this one's going to add to the selection. See, it adds. You can hit Alt and take away, but it gets messy when you do it that way. So I'm going to go back to what I did before. Now, this is called the Refine Edge tool. This is the second one down. It's the Refine Edge. Now, the problem with Refine Edge is that it doesn't do a good job. It still doesn't do a good job. So let's say, let me find something I want to refine. Actually, she's looking pretty darn good, actually. Maybe right here. Let's say I want to make this a little less pixelated. And I click on the Refine Edge tool. And the whole idea is, now I'm going to make this cursor smaller. And how do you do that? You do it by hitting the bracket key. Left bracket key makes it smaller. Right bracket key makes it larger. Okay. You can also right click and change it that way. It's faster this way. All right. So here we are in this Refine Edge tool. You put it right outside the area that you want to affect. Now, right now on my options tool, I want to add to the selection, and it should take out something bad. Now, so let me do something real here. Let's just do that. Okay, here we go. Now, let's say this was a busy background or something, and I want to just get rid of this fuzziness or something green or some hair. So I move that Refine Edge tool along and see how it cleans it up. but look what happened up here. It's sort of fuzzy and gray. I don't like this refine edge tool. It doesn't do a great job. So I would recommend you play with it. You know, you may like it. I don't. So, all right. So here's grandma. She's all set. Come down here. If you've got like flowers or trees in the background, there's this thing called decontaminate colors. Click on that. And that really just cleans it up. Although in this case, it gave that back to me. So just keep an eye on your edges. I guess I didn't clean that one. Let's try this tool. Let's try this tool, shall we? Not that tool. All right. So I'm using my refine edge. Let's see if it cleans it up for us. Not a bad job, but it keeps the words. Anyway, on the very bottom, we've gone through here. You've done everything you want to do. Where do you want to output to? It gives you some choices. You can output to a layer mask. You can output to a new layer. You can output to a new layer with a layer mask or a new document or a layer mask in a new document. My preference is just a new layer. And I want to create my own layer masks. So I hit new layer, I hit OK. And now grandma is on her new layer. And before, this is the before. And now after using the masking tool, this is the after. So I want grandma, I've turned off this active layer right here because I'm not using her anymore. I could get rid of her if I wanted to. How do I get rid of her? I click on it and I just can hit delete if I want, or drag it down to the trash can, or as long as it's active, go down the trash can and just click on it. That's 3 ways to delete this layer, okay? So we're working on grandma and we need to make her a little smaller unless you really like her as a giant. So the way you transform any object is by pushing on Control T. That's the shortcut. It's a transform, and I got to be on the right layer if I want to transform, right? Control T, and there is our bounding box here, okay? So Photoshop has changed their action, and that it used to be years ago that you would have to hold the shift key down in order for the aspect ratio to be the same. See, I'm moving it, but I'm not holding the shift key down anymore. They've now switched it so that you don't have to hold it to maintain the aspect, okay? If I want to change it.
How did you move that? Just grabbing the little.
I just see this thing here.
Yeah.
I grabbed it. And unfortunately, what I found is that when I changed the tool, see my red pointer? When I put on the transform tool, it goes back to that little teeny arrow. So anyway, I've grabbed it and I'm just pulling it out and pushing it in. See that? And it doesn't matter which one you do, as long as you're not holding down the shift key, it'll maintain its aspect ratio, right?
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you want to change it, you hold the shift key down. And then now I can change any of those, right? And fix her, make her fatter, make her smaller. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to hit Control Z and, well, it's going to go back. There we are. Okay. So in order to, so make her the way you want her, place her where you want her. When you're in transform, you can automatically move as well. I've put her down here. There are 2 ways to accept this change, and that is here. One is you click this accept button, or if you don't want it, you hit the no, I don't want it button, or you press your enter button, enter, and it will do that. Now, when I did the selection, apparently I obviously didn't do it too well, because look at that, look what I've got. So I'm going to get rid of that. There's a couple of ways. If you don't care about this selection, you can use your eraser tool. Remember, this is destructive. So whatever I do here, if you ever save in your layers, you ain't going to get this back, right? So my preferred way, instead of using the eraser tool, is to, and there are more ways. I was just thinking as I'm talking, I could use this marquee tool right here, up here, the second one. I can draw a marquee around her and away from all the rest. I can select inverse. Oh, it's not gonna, because I'm on the wrong, I'm on the right layer. I don't know why it's doing the whole one. I won't do that then. That won't work with that, obviously, right? So let's use a mask. Let's start working in masks, because this is a perfect example of why you want to use a mask, okay? I want to change this photo non-destructively. I've got things in here I don't want. So I come down here to the bottom of my panels, and I pick this second, or in this case, a third icon. The first one's a link. It's not active because it's grayed out. This is the mask tool, okay? When I click on it, it immediately adds a white mask to the layer that I'm on, the active layer, okay? And the thing you need to remember is that white reveals, black conceals, okay? That's the mantra. If you have a white mask, it reveals. So we're seeing everything. It's transparent. If I use the black color here on my brush, so watch what I'm going to do. I'm either going to click here and change my foreground color to black, or just hit my X key, X. And if I want to use this masking area, I have to be in a brush. So I hit B, just B, not Control B, not Command B, and look, there's a brush that comes up. So hit B for brush, hit X, make sure that you're in the right color here, and X will, if you look, it changes it back and forth. So make sure you're in the opposite color of your masking window here, and then change the size so that you don't get grandma's face missing. So I'm gonna reduce her size here. And now all I have to do, make sure you go up to the options bar, which I didn't do. I've got my opacity at 37. Look what it did. Didn't do much, huh? Take it up to whatever you want. I like 100. And now I've gotten rid of the bar. And I just go down here and mask out the bar. Let's make sure I don't get grandma's feet. There you go. This is a reason to use a mask. I've done it non-destructively. And I can go back and change it if I don't care. You know, maybe maybe I get rid of grandma's head. Oh my God, I made a mistake. I just changed, I hit X, and now I've got white. Remember, white reveals, and I put grandma back. As long as I'm in this mask. And I got that a little, okay. Questions about this?
Could you have Control Z'd?
I could have. You bet. Like I said, there are a number of ways to do things.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You could Control Z. Here, let's go back to white. I've changed it down here again. And I've gotten, I've revealed grandma. Let's get her out. Oh, whoops, I made a mistake. Control Z, there's grandma back. So it depends on what you're doing, whether you're going to use the X key and just use black to reveal or conceal in white, or you're going to just undo. It depends on how simple it is. So there, we've made a selection now. We've brought her over. We've used the transform tool and we've reduced grandma. And now I've shown you how to create a mask by going down here. And that in order to use the mask, you use the B, you push brush, B, make sure you're in black and white. So default over here, and black conceals, white reveals, right? That's your mantra. Questions so far?
Yeah, Kathy, this is Ann again. And if I ask too many questions, just tell me.
No, please ask questions, because you know other people are thinking it, but they're not asking.
Several steps ago, when you brought in the little old lady, you put her in a red box, or there was a red box there.
Right.
I don't understand that, where that red box came from.
That happened. So let's go back a little bit, because I want to show you, make sure you understand. Here's the original picture, Anne, right? And I'm on this layer. So I want to select this lady, and I want to make sure that the selection is correct, right? So I go to the selection tool on your toolbox here, or your tool palette. I click on that quick selection tool. I go up here to the option bar and I hit select subject, right? Photoshop takes a look at it. Their AI is amazing. But let's say it doesn't do an exactly great job. I come up right next to select subject and hit select and mask. Okay. Now it takes me into a brand new window. And this is where you're going to find that red box, Ann. So if I come up here to the properties panel, I can change my view and put on overlay. And there you go. Is this the red box you're talking about?
Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah.
So it only comes up when you put on an overlay, and this actually probably happens in Lightroom as well. O for overlay, that's the shortcut. Just to help you decide where your selections are. But you can change that. It doesn't have to be red. It could be black, it could be white. See, because you've got all these controls here. And there's not just one to use. It depends on what you're trying to cut out, okay? So we're good. Any other questions?
You save your work along the way?
Yes, I do. Hold on. So let me just get rid of that. There we go. So once I've done a couple of actions, all I do is I hit Control S, which is the same for every program on, you know, Windows or Mac. And it opens up the save as, in this case, and then I can decide whether I want to save it. Well, if I'm working in the middle of it, I definitely want to save it as a PSD. I don't usually use TIFF unless I'm going back to Lightroom. Okay, so I want to save these layers and I want to name it. And I could say Grandma Rev 1. And I put it in a folder or a file that I know I'm going to find it again. It could be, I have one called Work in Progress, WIP. That's sometimes where I put things. And then click Save, and you should be good. And then you'll get the save bar down here, right?
Do you save, like for me, when I work on a project, I even put the date and the time just so I know the latest one?
You can. Now there's another way to do that too, and that's to take a snapshot. Do you take snapshots?
I have an older version of Photoshop, so.
Ah, okay. So go into the history panel here. Frank, your older version should have that, but you know, it's in the history panel. Let's say I want to take a snapshot of where I am. Now the thing you need to know here is that it won't save. Once you've gone out of the program, this snapshot will be gone. Okay, it's just to take it now while you're working, and let's say you want to go back to an earlier version of something you're working on. This camera icon here, see it says create new snapshot. You can do that too. I use my history panel a lot because let's say I sometimes go back because I don't like a version I'm working on. So you can do it that way too. But yeah, Frank, I do save because I've lost stuff before and it's so frustrating. All right. Any other questions?
Sorry, I do. Kathy, you said you saved it as a PSD file.
Right.
What's unclear to me is what's the difference between, from a usability standpoint, between a PSD and a TIFF?
There is no difference at all.
That one, I couldn't tell, but it's like something, okay.
No, both of those file formats preserve layers in Photoshop.
Okay. All right.
And the only difference is, Rachel, when you bring in a photo from Lightroom, it comes in as a TIFF.
Right.
And so when I save from Photoshop, I just hit save. It'll automatically save it as a TIFF and go right back to Lightroom.
That's what I normally do, but then I get confused. It's like, should I have really saved it as a PSD? And you're saying no.
No, not at all.
Lost anything.
No, not at all. They're the same. The only reason I do it this way, well, I actually do it both ways, frankly, because I always import through Lightroom, always.
Yeah,
because I use the catalog system in Lightroom. Now, if you're in Photoshop, you might want to use Bridge, and I do use Bridge heavily, but not for the catalog. I use it to bring in stock subjects. Okay. So I always save as a PSD if I'm not going back to Lightroom.
Okay, but in terms of information or layers or anything else, they're
Same.
exactly the same.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
Good. Thanks for your question.
And a PSD and a TIFF are the same file size?
Oh, now that I don't know. They're both large, and I can't really tell you the technical details on that. You might want to make both and see. I think they're pretty similar when I've done both. They're pretty similar, and they're usually over, on my case, they're over, 100 megs, 150 megs.
Kathy,
Yes, sir.
a TIFF is larger, much larger than PSD.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I just don't pay attention because,
Oh, yeah.
like I said, it's not important to me. If I need to save, I've got the hard drive space, although I totally am simpatico with Rachel, who said she's got 7 gigs of data. So I get that, because the more you work on composites, the more hard drive space you need. Okay, any other questions before I move forward on this lady? Okay, let's move. All right, so she's in here, but it looks like she's pasted on here, doesn't it? So the kinds of things you have to do that you need to think about, so I'm going back to my other grandma, is I made her really small, and I also changed the tone. I also put her feet under the water, although I didn't do a great job, what you need, so she looks like she's pasted on there. So when you're making a composite, you have to think about 3 things: lighting for the whole thing, because she's way brighter than this. You have to think about placement, and you need to think about creating shadows when you put in a subject, okay? Because if you see a composite that's done by somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, the thing they always forget is shadows. You're seeing this person and you're thinking, wait, the sun's coming from the left and the shadows, like, they're bright on this side, but they're shadowed on this side. Wait, that doesn't, you don't know exactly why it's wrong, but your brain processes it and says, there's something wrong here. So these are things to think about. So what I do is I work on new layers. So in this case, I've got grandma here, and I'm working on her, and I want to kind of change her coloration. Matter of fact, I'm going to make her smaller because I think she's too big. I'm going to make her tiny like I did. Okay, now this might be kind of like a drone's eye view. There's a drone hovering above her, because you want to look at the rocks around her. You want to kind of just make sure that relatively she fits size-wise. And she's also coming forward, and you know that the perspective on her is wrong. So what I do is I hit Control T, which is the transform, and I hit right click, and now I want to change her perspective. I go down here to perspective, and I'm still in this bounding box, but watch what happens. So look, she's leaning forward, and now she's leaning backward. Yay! So I've changed her perspective. It's kind of called like keystoning when you change buildings in photos. Now she's kind of standing more straight. I'm happier with her. And then I'm not so happy with her feet, because I really want her feet to be underneath the waves. So what do I do here? I go back to the mask. This is another way to, Rick asked about blending. You work on your mask now. So I'm hitting Control B for my brush. I'm out of the transform tool, and I'm on my brush tool over here now, because I hit B, the letter B, and I make sure I have my black color here, my black brush. And now I do not want my opacity at 100, because when I work on her feet, and again, I want to get this a little bigger. When I work on her feet, if I have my brush at 100 look what's going to happen. They totally disappear. But I want to kind of see her feet a little, and so I'm going to reduce this size, and I'm going to reduce the opacity, and I'm just going to sort of make it so that you can kind of see her feet, and that's how you blend here. So her feet are under the water now, okay, as much as possible, and I'm okay with that. I'm happy with that. And I've done all that non-destructively with my mask, okay? So here's the other thing that's wrong with our grandma. She's too sharp. One of the things is when you bring a single photo into another picture, you wanna make sure you go up and match the blur factor. So go up to filter up here on your menu bar, go to blur, go to Gaussian blur. That's the only one I use. I don't use any of these other blurs. They're not important. Click on it. It brings up a window. And now I can look at grandma here. I'm going to bring her up and make her a little bigger so I know what we're doing. Now, look, if I do it too much, poor grandma blurs out. And you can see down here, I've had too much to drink if I'm going to look at grandma this way. So you want to bring the radius. Usually you don't want to do it too much, but you want to make it a little blurred, like the camera quite didn't get her, right? So now I've made it 0.4. She's a little blurry. I don't care about the sharpness, and I'm going to hit OK. And now she fits in, believe it or not, a little bit better to the scene, but her coloring doesn't. So I go back here, I click on here. I'm not working on my mask anymore. What I want to do is change her coloration. I have to tell you guys, there are a million ways to do this, a million. So the easiest for me, I come down here to my adjustment layers. Now I can come down here to my adjustment layers. See, there's brightness, contrast, levels, curves, exposure, black and white. You can use any of these. And it will create another layer, and I can do then the adjustment on this panel. So that's called an adjustment layer. So let's do it. Let's say, so I could use levels or curves. Many of you think, oh my God, what's the difference between levels and curves? They do the same thing. Well, actually you get more control in curves, and you can change the colors in curves. So I like to use curves. So I'm creating curves here. Comment or question there? Okay. Sometimes I can't tell. So I'm going to expand this so I can see my whole curves. It's sort of like a histogram here. Now the problem is when you bring this up off of this panel or off of this icon, if I change it, it's going to change everything. Watch this. So I'm going to take the brightness, and look at that. It changes the whole photo. I don't want to change the whole photo. I just want to change grandma here, right? So I have to make what's called a clipping mask. The way to make it, use a couple of different ways. What I want to do is clip it to grandma, so it only affects the grandma layer. There's two ways to do it. One is, if it opens up a panel here, there's this little icon here. That's a clipping mask icon. I can click on that. It then says, it gives me a little icon here, and it says, we will only affect this layer below us. So now, when I click on this, now grandma, her color changes. Okay, and as with all curves layers, the more you can make little adjustments. The S curve does more contrast. Bottom here affects the shadows. This affects the highlights up here, and the midtones are in the middle.
Question?
Yes.
Before you go much further, I kind of got lost. I know you wanted to change grandma's color.
Right.
Why did we make that whole nother layer there?
Which one?
You've got a layer.
This layer here?
Yeah.
So this layer is called a curves layer. It's an adjustment layer, and I want to change grandma's coloration.
You can't change it directly in the other layer?
Well, with what tool would you use?
I have no idea.
So yes, you could. However, it's easier. So let me show you a couple of different ways. For me, this is the easiest way to work in layers, because number one, we're working non-destructively. Number two, you can change it anytime you want. It's easy, it's fast. I just click this icon, I can turn this off. I don't need to use it, click it back on. The other thing about curves layers is I can go up here, and I'm on RGB right now, which means every color is affected. What if I want to change and make her match the tone of the photo, which in this case, the tone is blue. I go into the blue channel on curves, click a little around here, make some, you can't really see it very well, but I can bring that down. If the more I bring it down here, it changes it to yellow. And if I bring it up here, it changes her tone to blue. Let me see if I can see what I'm doing here. I'm getting some brightness here.
So it's not really a new layer. It's just a way to modify the layer.
It is a new layer. Yes. Yeah, it's a curves adjustment layer. Okay, so let me show you a different way to do it. So let's say I didn't want to deal with curves, right? I'm going to go back here and get rid of the blue. Of course, then I got rid of everything else in my RBG. I don't want to make her red. I just want to make her a little darker. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm going to turn this layer off. So let's go back to Grandma. Make her bigger because we want to see what's going on, right? And I just want to work directly on her instead of, so one of the ways to do it, and this is using the tools over here, is I could go in here to my dodge tool or my burn tool, and I could do this, right? The reason I don't like the burn tool, well, first of all, I've got to brush it on, but I don't like the burn tool because it really makes everything red, a red cast. I mean, I'm in midtones and my exposure is 41%. I don't like it. So I don't mostly like to use this brush, okay? But that is one way to do it. The other way to do it is to make sure you clicked on this picture, come up here to filter, go into camera raw. This is how I use camera raw sometimes. It now transfers and opens over in camera raw, okay? Let's make it bigger, Z, so we can work on Grandma here. No, it's not letting me for some reason. And I can go in here and I can change the exposure, bring it down. See on Grandma, I can do it here. Unfortunately, anything I masked out comes over with her. You can change it. So all the controls that you have, you can do this. You take the highlights down, the whites, the blacks, the clarity, I could bring that up. And then when you're done doing that, you hit OK. And now Grandma's changed again. So you could do it in camera raw. I like curves because if I want to change this now, I have to go back into camera raw and totally redo it. Once I've added more layers. However, if I want to change it when I use curves, I just come to this layer and I can change it. Okay. So those are two ways to do things. Like I said, there's many ways to do them. It's your choice. Okay, so we've made Grandma here a little dark. I don't like her, so I'm going to go back. And actually, what the other thing you can do with this is, if you have a layer, you can change the opacity of that adjustment layer. So look at this. I can take it down. I didn't like how red it was. So now I'm just adjusting it here in the adjustment layer panel. That's all. All right, one last thing for Grandma. When you're working, like I said, you need to make shadows. So there's so many ways to make shadows, but I'm going to share my way. I come down here, click on add a layer. This will add a blank layer, a transparent layer. There are no pixels in this until you put something in there, right? So in this case, I want to add some shadows, and I don't want to work on the original photo because I want to be able to change it. I want to be able to adjust it. I want the maximum flexibility. So let's go back and just make Grandma bigger again. And I only want to put some shadows onto her feet. So I'm on a separate layer and I'm going to name it. I'm going to name it. I double clicked on this. When you're working in more than one layer, please name your layers. So this is shadows. All right. And layer one copy down here, I'm going to change that to Grandma Cutout. Grandma Cutout. Okay, so I know exactly where I'm working. So I've got Grandma big and I want to put some shadows in. I'm changing to the brush tool. So I hit B and I want to make sure I have black on. If you don't, hit default. And when you hit D and you've got the brush tool on, it goes to the default, which is black and white. Okay, go up here to the options bar, and normally your opacity is going to be at 100. You do not want that because when you do it at 100, you're not making shadows. You know, I mean, you know, pretty much you're not going to, well, you could, I guess, but I don't like it. What I like to do, let's see, I got to get into what you saw was I was working in the wrong layer. Here I'm back up on the shadows. Now, that's the topmost layer, and look what happens. Totally covers anything below me. So I want to work here. I want my opacity to be, I'm going to start here at 23. Usually I use about 15 maybe, but it doesn't really matter because I'm going to take it down and I'm going to go just around her feet. And again, I want to look at where the direction the light's coming from. And I'm assuming here my light is going to be somewhere up here in the northeast or whatever, if that's what we're going to look at. And so the shadow is going to be in front of her. Don't forget, she's got a body here, right? So you just add a little bit of shadow for her body. And now that doesn't look real, right? So we've got to fix it. What I do then, as I've worked on my shadows, is I take it and I move it below her feet. Okay. And then I take the opacity down. Hello, opacity. There we go. Now I can control my shadows. Now, that's just a hint of shadow, but because I've moved it underneath grandma here, it looks like the shadow's under her feet. So those are just a few things you can do. Any questions about this? All right, I'm gonna move on. That's the end of grandma. Bye. I bought saving. I'm getting rid of grandma. This is my grandma that I did the other day when I put in a different sky. So, and I changed her tone a little. I added shadows. Here are my shadows. I forgot to put in her body. Oh, well. Sometimes, what?
Kathy, the one question I have is, you've done all of this, but you really have to start with a picture where the light is coming from a similar direction when you're putting a bunch of things. Is it changing the light?
No, you don't. You just work on the light in the photo.
But I mean, you really have. That's the one thing I have making it look believable is that the light in all the objects is coming from the same point source, if you want to call it that.
It's ideal if you could start with all the lights coming from the same source, but it doesn't always work. And so what you do is you use your tools, and I use a gradient to change the lighting, but I want to show you something here that may actually change all of that for you, Mike. So here's a composite I put together. This is much more complicated. And you know what? It's 3:30. I am so sorry, guys. So let's just wrap up. I just want to tell you briefly, because it's 3:30 and it's, I know you all have lives and want to go. This is a composite I did with Mark. This is the pirate. The thing I want you to know is,
Kathy, aren't you going to 3:45?
Yeah, it says till 4 if need be. So
okay, cool. I was thinking 3:30. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, let me tell you about this one. Okay, this is a much more complicated one. I have, if you look down here, I've had everything in groups. And the way you make groups is I do it for, let's say I'm just working on the subject and I just want my subject to be in a group. So this is group 1. All you do is you highlight the layers you want to be in, highlight them all, hit Control G, and it'll make a group. Okay, and you can keep them all together. It just keeps it like nice and neat. Okay, so let me go back to my group here, and I want to start back here, and I'm hitting Alt, holding it down, and clicking on the eyeball, and now it highlights my original layer. This is my background layer for this whole thing. Okay. After this, and actually I didn't work in this order, but this is how I've arranged it, because you can pull these and move these around. I added a sky field because I knew I wanted this at night. And so I added this, and if you look on the right side, here is a mask, and I used a gradient to mask out this bottom so that the sky, here I'm going to disable it. You can disable if you right click and hit disable layer mask. Now it's back again. So I'm going to enable it again. Hello. And what I did is I added just a gradient. Here's the gradient tool over here where the bucket is. Just change to the gradient tool. And then you just make sure that your option bar has all the controls you want. I usually go in basics and go to foreground to transparent. This one here. Okay. And then I make sure that I just pull up, and this is what happens on the mask. Remember, you're working on the mask here because I want to get rid of that sky and I want my water to come through. So that's what I did here. The next thing I added was this ship. So this ship is a ship that I took a photo of. Let me make sure. Okay. A photo I took in Stockholm of the Vasa, which was this wonderful sailing ship that sunk right outside of Stockholm and was there for 300 years. And because the water is so cold there, it was preserved. And so when they brought it up, it was still in amazing shape. Look at this, after 300 years under the water. So this is my pirate ship, and I wanted to add it here. Let me just show you. I put this is my original photo, and I'm going to, there. So this is my original photo. There's the museum it's in. And so I selected it, cut it out, just like I showed you on that first composite I did. And then I used my layer mask to mask out all that stuff and put it in the water. And in addition, down here, I used a soft brush on my layer mask, and I just took out some of the bottom of this ship so it looks like it's under the water. Okay, questions on that? Okay, cool.
So Kathy, do you use a tablet?
No, well, yes, I do. I have a Wacom tablet, but sometimes I'm just so dependent on my mouse because I love the easy controls on right click, left click. And my Wacom tablet acts wonky every now and then. So I do use it when I'm doing fine work. But as global work like this, like what I'm doing right now in masking, I use my mouse. It's easy. So you do not need a Wacom tablet. All right, so moving up to the next layer. Let's turn this on. So this is a curves layer. And oh, there we go. So if you look at the ship, you'll notice that without this layer, what's the reflection color of the ship? It's yellow, right? Well, my plan is to put a moon in there. And moons are not yellow unless it's a harvest moon or the sun shining on it. I mean, sometimes they're yellow, but I wanted a blue moon. So I went into curves. Remember, I went into curves before and I wanted to change the tone of the old lady. So here's curves, and look what it did. It turned the cast, the color cast, blue. And that's what I wanted. Okay, going up. This is the moon. I added the moon up in the sky. I love moons. They just are sort of, and I can make it, you know, I can transform it. I can make it as big or as small as I wanted with Control T, right? And I can change the opacity of it right here, as long as I'm on this layer. Remember, stay on that layer. This one's at 54%. The original moon was this moon. Now that's really freaky, but I wanted it about 54%. Actually, 42 is not bad. 50 is not bad. You know, it doesn't have to be exact. So I have the moon on. I love the moon. Now but you can't have a moon without having a reflection. So I wanted a reflection. So what I did is I duplicated this layer, Control J, right? And then I flipped it. I hit Control T for transform. And then I right clicked and hit flip horizontal. And this is what you get. So I can demonstrate that for you if people want it demonstrated. No, yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I'm turning that moon off. And actually, I think, yeah. All right. So let me go back to the original moon. I'm not clicked on the mask. I'm clicked on the main moon, right? I hit Control J to copy. So here I get moon copy. Okay. So if I turn this off, I still have the moon. The thing is that it amplifies anything in my original photo. So it's even brighter than before. 50 and 50 is 100. So if I turn this down to 25, it'll now get back to the normal, but I'm not worried about that right now. What I want to do is hit Control T, and now I come in here, right click, That's my free transform. I come down to the bottom and hit flip vertical. Okay, now I bring Mr. Moon where I want it, down below, right? Click accept. And now this is my moon duplicate. Well, that doesn't look like it's in the water. So now I want to take down the opacity so that it's just barely a hint. And the other important thing when you're putting reflections in water is to take down and blur it. Okay, so go to Gaussian blur, and I want to blur it so that it looks like it's really under the water. So let's take it pretty high. I usually take it to about 5 maybe. Let's try that. And now, oh, I could even go higher. Yeah, there we go. I like that. Now there you go. You got your reflection. Okay, just take that. So Control T, so duplicate your layer, Control T, hit flip vertical, pull it where you want it, take down the opacity and blur it, and you've got your reflection. Okay?
So what I want to know is, you taught yourself all of this? This wasn't some sort of a class, was there anything? This is all self-generated, self-taught?
Yes and no. So I'm real big on learning, and I spend every day, I spend a portion of time on learning Photoshop. And my go-to places to learn are Creative Live, YouTube, Blake Rudis, Matt Kozlowski, and anybody who does compositing. I took a class from Blake Shaden. If you look her up, she's amazing. I don't particularly like her dark look. She's very dark and negative. I don't like, and she also just takes pictures of herself. Not my thing. So I've learned from a lot of different pieces. The other person is Jesus Ramirez on YouTube. He's wonderful. So just pieces, yeah. Self-taught. But you
So
can't
when is your class? I want to
Yeah.
sign up.
Thank you. So let me just quickly go through this. I put some fog in. So this is a brush that I used. So up here, just go here and go to your fog brush. And if you want, I will share, like I said, in the beginning, I'll share my assets with you. You put a brush in, and then you go in and you change the opacity. As you'll notice here, I changed it to 16%, because when they come in, it's pretty strong. You don't want fog that much. And I think this was a cloud brush. I put a pier in. Here's my pier. And you can tell it's not real, right? Well, we got to fix that. Okay. And I put in feet shadows here. So you can't really tell, but I'm going to close this group up, go back to Pirate Mark. Here's Pirate Mark, and you can see now that the shadows fit him. I brought him in from somewhere else. And then I want to have this whole thing come together. It looks like he's just pasted in there. So what do? Here's the final image. Okay. The final image is, let's get on this, and I'm going to take this off. Okay. This is my final image. What I do is I hit, this is going to be your secret, guys. You hold down on your keyboard, doesn't matter if you're on Mac or Photoshop, Shift, Control, Alt, E. It's called the claw. You have to do it all together. I have to use 2 hands. Shift, Control, Alt, E. What does that do? And you have to be on the top layer, like I am here. Let me turn this off. I'm going to put Pirate Mark on. Top layer, you hit Shift, Control, Alt, E. I'm going to do it now. What it does, it should do it. It's not doing it for me. I don't know why. Maybe I'm in the wrong layer. It doesn't like my layers. There we go. Let's try it. Shift, Control, Alt, E. See if it does it now. It doesn't like what I'm doing. Huh, interesting. Anyway, if you do that, Shift Control Alt E, what it will do is it will make a merged layer. And I don't know what the heck, usually it does it. Maybe, oh, probably because I'm not on the topmost layer, right? So let me take this down below. You have to be on the top layer. Shift Control Alt E. Is it going to work? It doesn't like that either. Well, that's very interesting. I don't know, guys. I'm sorry. What can I tell you? It always works for me. Oh, wait, here we go. There we go. I think it worked. Shift Control Alt E. It was supposed to do something. It doesn't like it. I guess this one is what it likes. So anyway, what it does is it makes a merged layer of everything below. Okay, so now we've merged it. What I want to do is I go up to filter here, and this is only if you have Topaz or something, a plugin. I go to Topaz Studio, and this is, you have to be, it's an active layer. Now it was grayed out before. You go to Topaz Studio, and I better not go because it won't take you there with me. But it opens, you're probably not seeing this, right? Topaz?
Yes.
You are seeing?
Yeah, I'm seeing, says you are using a Topaz Labs plugin.
Okay, all right. So I'm back here to Photoshop. It takes you over to Topaz. What I do is I go into the filters, and in this case, on this one, I use the Distressed Grunge. And what it does in Topaz when you use a filter for the whole photo is it ties all the elements together, okay? And it takes care of that light problem, Mike, that you're asking about, you know, where it comes from, because you have controls in Topaz where you're working with that final global image. And you can work locally and globally in Topaz to do that. Can you do this in Photoshop? You bet. And let me just quickly show you how you do that. I go over to File, I go to Browse and Bridge, and I have right over here, I'm going to take you there. Oh, can you see Bridge, you guys?
No.
Okay, let me show you. I'll bring it in, don't worry about it. So I'm in Bridge now, and I have backgrounds, okay? And I'm going to bring one in. I'm going to just pick one and bring one in here. Let's see, I'm going to bring this one in. All right, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see this new layer here?
Yes.
Okay, this is just a random background I brought in from Bridge. So let's say I want to do what Topaz did. And I am going to bring this over to here to Pirate Mark. So I'm dragging and releasing, right? I put him over, I hit Control T, and now I want to hold the Shift key down, fill my whole frame here. And now I've made a texture layer. Now you may say, but wait, I'm not seeing anything below it. Well, no, you're not. What you have to do is, and I didn't even get into blend modes, I'm so sorry. This area here, I'm going to do it really quick, are blend modes. And what they do is they blend layers with the layer below it, okay? You can play around. These are all ones that darken and they allow light through, but they use the dark pixels. These are the ones that use the light pixels and let them come out. These are the ones that have a blend of the two. So this is an overlay, soft light. So I like soft light, and sometimes I like screen. So if I use screen, it's going to allow all these light pixels through. So I go to opacity, and I just lower the opacity. And now I've got this cool texture in the background. Okay, let's say I want to use a different blend mode. I want to use soft light. So the ones I use the most are overlay, soft light, multiply, here, light screen. And then sometimes down here, I use some really funky ones. Look at this one. This is difference. It just totally inverts the colors. This is exclusion. This subtracts colors, divides colors. So you get to play. That's what's so much fun. So if I go back to overlay, I can now take that opacity down, and I'm just getting a really light textured background. And that's what blend modes do. Just play around with them. They're so much fun. All right, I'm going to stop sharing and just want to ask you do a wrap up. Questions? Happy to answer anything I can.
Kathy, I am just gobsmacked. It's amazing.
Well, now you know all my secrets, Ray.
That's right. Nice job.
Yeah, Ray, just don't go down the rabbit hole of looking for YouTube videos about Photoshop stuff because it'll take your life away.
Oh, you can spend a lot of time. And everybody, please unmute and join the conversation if you want. You're absolutely right. You could, I mean, that's the thing. I got this way because I'm a little single-minded. And when I find something I really enjoy doing it, I'm going to find out everything I can. I think I'm very similar to Rick. I mean, Rick knows photo pills backwards and forwards, and I'm sure he spends time on it all the time just to perfect it.
Kathy?
How long did it take you when you were doing that one of Mark to do the whole thing?
You know what? I can do one of those in 2 hours or less. I mean, grandma, I can do it in 15 minutes because I've memorized all the shortcuts and I know what I want and I know how to make a selection. With Photoshop AI, man, it's so easy, so easy.
So do you pre-visualize? How do you, so that image that you ended up with, did you have some idea of what you wanted to do first? I'm assuming something like that, or did you just, oh, let's play with this, let's do this, or whatever?
Yes and yes, both. So right now I'm working on a Grimm's fairy tale series. If any of you are friends with me on Facebook, you will see that I've got 4 Grimm's fairy tales 2020 up. And what it is I've taken Grimm's fairy tales and re-envisioned them for 2020 and made them in the our era with our age. I've aged the characters. And when I started, the first one I did was Hansel and Gretel. And I always start with the background, David, always. So in this case, one of the places that's my go-to to get backgrounds is DeviantArt. Do y'all know about DeviantArt?
No.
Yeah, I used to do some S&M stuff. Yeah.
You can find that there too. You can find anything. But they have some beautiful matte paintings on DeviantArt. Check it out, deviantart.com. And just put in a search. So I was thinking, well, I'm going to do Hansel and Gretel first. So I put in Hansel and Gretel as my search and got this incredible matte painting of the candy house. And if any of you have seen it. And I started there. I also brought in another background that I absolutely love that I've gotten from different sources. And it's a picture of a painterly tree trunk and background. And I combined the two. So that's my background that I start with. And then I thought, okay, I need Hansel and Gretel. And who do I have? Well, I had Mark and I. So why not use the picture of us? And then I found some marketing materials on Facebook of these beautiful red coats. And so I went on to Google and I found that marketing material of that lady in the red coat, and I cut out her red coat and used it for my red coat. And so then I started pulling in all these pieces. Okay. And after I've done it, I have all my layers and all my pieces and all the shadows right and the colors right. I go into Topaz. And in this case, the series has, I'm using a look that's consistent throughout all of them. And I can't remember the name of it right now. It's called Checkered something. And that's my overall finish. So yeah, I do, in some cases, start with a photo of somebody. And I think, what does this person do for me? What do I want to do for them? Especially when I'm doing fantasy photos, like with Ellen. Ellen came in and she wanted to be cyberpunk. So we just started doing poses. And then I brought up the backgrounds after to match the poses.
Kathy?
Jimmy?
I want to just thank you for both this morning and this afternoon. It's been great. This morning, I didn't know squat about Photoshop, and now I'm ready to start to play around with it.
Yay! That's the whole idea. Don't be afraid of it. It's a
So I
very
have-
robust program.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How many brownies did it take to get Mark in that pirate outfit?
Nothing. He is so easy. He will put anything, I mean, really, literally anything on, so I can take.
We don't want to know that much, Kathy.
Does he
He was
have,
talking about S&M, David, not me.
does he have a closet full of costumes?
I do. So I'm a Sweet Adeline, and if you know any Sweet Adelines, you know they have costumes.
Thank you, Kathy, and the rest of you for a great day.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Well, thank you to Rachel, and thank you to Douglas, and thank you to David, and thank you to Rick, and thank you to Mark, who's not on here, I guess, and to Jonathan for the cards. So I
Ellen.
hope you all got
Ellen, don't
something.
forget
Oh, and
Ellen.
Ellen. Sorry, Ellen. You were across from me, so thank you for that. I hope you all got something good out of today.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was great. I just wish I could have been in all places.
You can. We're
Yeah.
recording this.
It's recorded.
Yeah.